Hi, all. We are going to take a few minutes to go over some workshop items. We're starting at 10 till 1, 12:50. So the first item on the agenda is to vote on the commissioner, the executive committee that was nominated at last month's meeting. So I will kick it over to you, Jim. All right.
I would like to place or move that we elect Kim Parati chairman, PJ Henningsen first vice chairman, Jessica Heineman second vice chairman.
All right, so the the motion was made by Commissioner Hayden, and do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Ramsch. Any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Ramsch,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion passes 8-0. Thank you all. And I had a chance to look at last month's session on our YouTube channel, and I want to thank both Cindy and PJ for stepping in and doing one heck of a job. So thanks to both of you. And we also want to recognize one of our MVPs who is rolling off the board. Today is Commissioner Damon Ramsch's last day with us. And so we'd love it if you took a moment, Damon, and said a few words.
Well, this has been a really interesting, I guess, 6 years of doing this. I've done this quite a bit. There's been a lot of changes. But I just want to recognize the fact that this commission is the only thing that protects the architecture that's going on in our city. And that's new and old. We're the only one that represents a friendly pedestrian presence, I think. And so it's so important that we remember what we're protecting and stay vigilant to doing it. So thank you all for participating, and it's been a pleasure and an honor serving with all of you.
And Commissioner Ramsch, will you tell us how many terms you've served so far on this commission?
I don't remember the dates, but I think it was the late 90s I served for 6 years, and then there was a middle period for 6 years, and then this 6 years. I've lived in Dilworth. I've lived in Elizabeth. I've lived in Plaza Midwood, and I've lived on Commonwealth. So the neighborhoods have been good to me.
Well, you've shown quite a passion and commitment to preservation, and so we thank you for your service and hopefully we'll see you in another few years for yet another term.
Thank you.
And we also want to say thank you to Commissioner Walker, Jill Walker, who is at the end of her first term, but Jill is cycling over to serve a second term, correct?
Yes, that's correct. Actually, I'm in my kind of third term. The first term was 2.5 years maybe. But that didn't get counted, so.
Well, we thank you for your commitment to preservation too. And we're so happy to have had you, Damon, and so happy to still have you, Joe. Cindy, is there anything else we want to discuss during this period?
Just a reminder for the commissioners that we are looking for RSVPs for the potential June 30th meeting. It'll be right around the same time. We're thinking right around 1 o'clock. If that really doesn't work, we can always try to move that, but I think 1 o'clock seems to be the standard for that. So if you could just RSVP to myself or Christy, that'd be great. Just let us know. so we can figure out if we have quorum before we need to send notices.
And during that session, we'll go over two multifamily cases.
Yep, two larger cases, that's
Two
correct.
larger cases. So anyone who can attend, we're encouraging you to do so, please.
In the unlikely event that PJ is unable to get us through the 14 cases we have today, would we carry a couple of those over to that meeting?
We're doing solely multifamily.
Solely multifamily in that one thing?
So I
Okay.
think anything that needed to roll over would roll over essentially to July,
Okay,
the standard July meeting.
just checking.
Okay? All right. Do we want to take a little, let's take 5 minutes before we get started with the meeting. So take 5 and we'll meet, or 4 now, and we'll meet back here at 1 o'clock. Hello and welcome to the Charlotte Historic District Commission meeting for June 9th. I am Kim Parati, chairperson, and I call this meeting to order at 1:01 p.m. Also sitting on today's commission are Jim Hayden, Damon Rumsch, PJ Henningsen, and Jill Walker, who are present in the meeting room. The rest of the commissioners participating remotely include Chris Barth, Michelle Bonaparte, and Krista Lineberger. Also present are Cindy Kohanik, Candace Leidy, Grant, how do I pronounce your last name? Grant Miachi, Jill Sanchez-Myers, Linda Keish, and Candy Thomas. I would like to start by acknowledging that we are conducting this meeting using a remote online platform. I ask for your patience today as we proceed. There might be slight delays as we transition between speakers, participants, and presentations. Participants in today's evidentiary hearings were required to provide a copy of any presentation, document, exhibit, or other materials that they wish to submit during the evidentiary hearing prior to today's meeting. All such materials, as well as a copy of the city staff's presentations and documents, were posted online prior to this meeting and may be viewed by visiting the HDC webpage. No case is proceeding today in which anyone contacted the city to object to the remote online meeting platform. For everyone participating in today's virtual meeting, we ask that the following guidelines be observed. Please mute your audio when you're not speaking. Use only one source of audio, computer or phone. Do not put your phone on hold. Make sure you are in a quiet place. Please turn off or silence electronic devices and do not speak over the person talking, or you will be asked to leave the meeting. Please use the raise your hand tool. Please do not speak unless recognized by the chair or by the staff. Because the commission is a quasi-judicial body, any speaker for or against an application must be sworn in. Due to the remote online nature of today's proceedings, any individual wishing to speak for or against an application was asked to sign in and provide any additional evidence in advance of the meeting. During the hearing, I will further open the floor to anyone who has joined the meeting today by telephone. When it is your turn to speak, please begin by stating your name and address. The review of each application consists of the presentation of the application and deliberation. The application is presented by the HDC staff. The commission will determine if there is sufficient information to proceed with the hearing. The applicant presents their testimony for the application. Other parties wishing to speak for or against will be given reasonable time to present factual sworn testimony based on the HDC design guidelines. The HDC may question the applicant and HDC staff members. HDC staff and the applicant will be given an opportunity for rebuttal and final comments. The HDC shall close the hearing for discussion and deliberation. During discussion and deliberation, only the commission and staff may speak. An HDC member may request the hearing to be open for further questioning. The HDC will craft a motion for approval, continuation, or denial. The majority vote of the commission present is required for a decision to be reached. A final vote by the HDC will end the hearing. If you will be addressing the commission today, please raise your right hand and respond "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? Please be mindful that we have a court reporter present who is responsible for making an accurate and complete record of these proceedings. The reporter must be able to hear and understand. Everyone present must state their names before they speak clearly, loudly, and one at a time. The reporter will interrupt only when absolutely necessary to get clarification on what was just said or to alert speakers that they are having difficulty hearing or understanding. Are there any questions? And I just want to let you know that on our agenda, number 11, case number 11 and number 16 will not be heard today. Okay? So let's start with case number 1, 624 East Kingston Avenue.
All right, so this one was not heard at the May 12th meeting. It is for an addition at 624 East Kingston Avenue. I will go ahead and just turn it over to the applicant. Jessica and Daniel, are you both there?
This is Jessica. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
And this is Daniel. I'm here.
Okay, have you both been sworn in?
Yes, I have.
Yes.
Okay, great. And if you could just state your names and addresses for the taped record, and then go ahead and get started, please.
Sure. Jessica Heinman, 720 East Tremont Avenue, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28203.
And Daniel Fain, 624 East Kingston Avenue, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28203.
Okay, and Jessica, if you just let me know where you want it to go on the slides.
Sure, thanks. I might just let Daniel give a quick introduction. This will hopefully look very familiar to all of you guys as we presented this in the November workshop, and it's nearly identical to the discussion that took place then. I also would love to point out, I'm so sorry, I am in the quietest place that I could possibly find here, and there may be a little bit of background noise. I also was hoping to point out that in the May agenda, there was a supplement that included several letters of support from neighbors of this house, and I'm hoping that the commissioners are able to track down that supplement if possible. Daniel, did you have anything you wanted to say just to introduce yourself and remind the commissioners of who you are?
Yeah, thank you. I'm here actually with my wife, Amy Fain. And first of all, I just want to say thank you to all of you all for taking the time to hear us on this, and certainly for the work that you all do on the HDC and the mission that you uphold in our historic neighborhoods. So yeah, just as you said, I appreciate also we were able to participate in a workshop a few months back just to get some initial feedback. And kind of at that, and just like here, you know, our goal in all this is to kind of adapt this home in one respect to you know, our lives and a modern lifestyle, a little bit different from where it's at, and also to hopefully bring it more in line with what looks appropriate in our neighborhood and respects the architecture that we're trying to preserve here. So hopefully you'll see that the work that Jessica has done here balances that and respects the mission here. So thank you.
Great. Cindy, I may be jumping around a little bit, but I'm going to try to keep track of the slide numbers as I present this. This is a really complicated project. We've spent we've put a lot of consideration into the history of this structure itself and researching that history, as well as analysis of the context in the hopes that we can bring a house that is currently incongruous into a place of sort of a quiet and seamless quality within a block that has a real diversity of types of architecture. So with that, I'll start. We are located at the corner of Kingston and Springdale. Some of these slides will look very familiar because they're from the November workshop. This is actually a mid-block lot, but the lot to the left is used for church parking for Dilworth United Methodist Church. So for all intents and purposes, this really is considered a corner lot because that parking is a semi-permanent condition. And so the front and the left side and the rear of this house have a very strong presence in the neighborhood along Springdale, along Kingston coming from Lotta, and along Springdale coming from East Boulevard. This is the front of the house. You can see this condition in the front where these two one-story additions extrude out to the sides and they have flat roofs. That's not that's incongruous with the context, which you'll see. Cindy, can you advance a slide to slide 8? Slide 8. Slide 8 is the view from Springdale Avenue and from the church driveway. And you can see that on the back of the house, there's a strong two-story element with a flat roof that is also not consistent with the neighborhood. Now, if we advance forward, there are images of the surrounding homes, although I think that the Zoutball surveys will be more helpful in this regard. So I'll breeze through those. And then the following slide is images of the existing conditions of the house. which is, largely original material in very good condition. So let's advance to slide 11. Sorry, okay, these are actually in response to some questions that staff sent me when I sent in the application, just to clarify that the front of the existing porch gable is original shingles. And then we have a condition on the right side where there is a healthy mature canopy tree, and there's an existing condition with a truncated roof next to it. And so staff has asked me for photos walking up and down the street to try to clarify the presence of that truncated condition for the commissioners' benefit. And I will say that the house has existing nonconformances on both sides, as does the house next door to the right. And so these two homes are extremely close together. So there's really not any viable way to see the back side of this nonconformance truncated condition. And so this right photo on slide 11, along with the photos on slide 12, are kind of showing up and down that condition so that you can get a sense of, from the pedestrian right of way, what that condition is, with the right side legal nonconformance, flat roof, what Shippo was referring to as the box cars. And then what you're looking at here in slide 12 is this healthy canopy tree. It's pretty well hidden from the street. And this image on the left, you can see that the two houses are extremely close together. They are, maybe 4 feet apart from each other at the front. So if we go on to slide 13, again, this is from the November workshop. And so the only thing I'll call attention to is these historic photos from Shippo and from the HDC. The Shippo photo came in grainy on this. It's not a great photo anyway, but in today's supplement, I attached another copy of it, which should be at least a little bit more clear. The condition here is that the existing side gable, cross gable there, had a pair of windows in it. And we would like to return to the historic condition of the pair of windows in the side gable. You can see in this HDC 1987 photo at the establishment of the Dilworth Historic District that it had been converted to a separate unit and a triplex, and there's a door there, but we'd like to go back to the pair of historic windows there. Cindy, if you can go to slide 14. Okay, so this is where we get into some of the complications of the project, and I'll just bring you guys up to speed really quickly. Daniel and Amy applied for a variance, which was granted last fall for these two legal nonconformances. They're shown in yellow on this map, and so we are legal in those areas, but we need to comply with the setbacks in all of the other areas. And if you look at the house footprint on this survey, you can see we're really already at the limits of our coverage for this house, and so the whole project stays pretty tight, and we're trying to sort of reduce its presence in those strong box-like elements on the street. The canopy trees are shown in red. Tree B and tree C are not actually on our property, and tree A is quite close to the house, but we think our solution that we're proposing today really has no impact on the tree whatsoever, which I can show in more detail in the later slides. Cindy, if you can advance to 15. This one again has a clearer image in today's supplement. I don't know why these came in grainy, but this is a summary of the 2015 COA, which we're hoping to reinstate. Well, not reinstate, but we're submitting the same thing. And what it is to put shallow gable roofs over these box cars on the front of the house. Box cars, which Shippo keeps calling these. So if I'm referring it to that way, that's because that's the way Brett and I have discussed it. Shippo is supporting these shallow roofs over the box cars, and they're citing the Secretary of the Interior Standard number 9, referencing that the gable solution protects the integrity of the historic property and its environment by shedding stormwater effectively and blending with the architectural character of the neighborhood. We're really pleased that Shippo has supported this, 2015 approach to these box cars because we think it's a really effective way of blending with the neighborhood. Cindy, if you can advance to 16. Where we're departing from the 2015 COA is that in 2015, the COA had approved a larger gable coming forward on the house, and it had come to the face of the porch. And we are actually suggesting that it be pushed much further back to the back wall, the thermal wall of the front porch. We don't need the volume on the upper half level on the front of the house, and we would prefer to have a condition much like this Precedent, which is also on the same block of Kingston Avenue, where the gable is set much further back. It's aligned with the thermal wall of the house. The porch roof has its own independent presence, and the windows are smaller compared to the windows on the main house. Slide 17. So what we've done here, this is the exact same photo as the front of our presentation, and we have superimposed the second gable that's pushed back to the thermal wall of the porch onto it from our 3D models, so that you can really get a sense of the presence from the pedestrian right of way. The gables on the box cars really are so shallow that they don't have an apparent presence from the pedestrian right of way. They really are only present from the side elevation. You can see in this one that there's a small sliver of gray up there. We are suggesting that on the left side, which is the side facing Springdale Avenue, we are going to preserve the existing gable and roof form. We are going to reinstate the historic paired windows in that gable. And then on the right side, we would like to raise the ridge 3 feet 5 inches in order to obtain code compliant space for a couple of bedrooms for Amy and Daniel's children up there. Slide 18. This is the Springdale Avenue view. Forgive me that it was really tricky to get the perspective quite right between our model and the photo in this one, so the lines are not quite perfect, but it gives you a sense of what we're trying to do here. Number one in this photo is the gables over the boxcars that SHPO is supporting that were in the 2015 COA. Number two is the reinstatement of the historic paired windows in the historic gable and retaining the historic ridge. Number three is increasing the ridge height 3 feet 5 on the other side, so we can obtain the code compliant spaces for a couple of bedrooms. And number four is that at the corner of the historic house, now there have been additions to this house over time, but at that corner of the historic house in the historic rear yard, we are setting our addition back 12 inches to make a link. Next slide. So you can see from this site plans here that our changes to the footprint are pretty minimal. We are, grabbing this back left corner in order to get, a mudroom and a laundry room, and we're infilling a kind of a strange space on the right. Our intention is to put a caisson outside of the structural root zone of that canopy tree and to beam between the existing foundation and the caisson so that we do not affect the structural root zone and so that the tree remains unaffected. Slide 20. These are site analysis photos. This one is showing that we're really not changing the setback or the width or the rhythm along the street. We're not really changing the depth of the project that much. It's basically in line with where the back of that large 2-story box is now, but also consistent with the block. And in fact, the roof that's shedding towards Springdale Avenue does a lot to sort of hide the non-conforming roof for the large addition that in the house to beyond. Next slide. This is the Zoutwell of the Kingston Avenue elevations, and you can see in that one our sort of 1, 2, 3, 4 request. The roofs over the box cars, the retention of the existing gable on the left side, the 3 foot 5 inch ridge height on the right side, and in the next one, which is the slide, which is the Springdale Avenue elevation, you can see the 12-inch setback for the link and the retention of that gable. Now these are drawn over top of the existing, so you can see where that large 2-story box is. Next slide. On the elevations for the house, what we've done is we've provided a key in the bottom right corner that show the current sort of massing and street presence of the house versus the proposed massing and street presence of the house. On the front elevation, you can see the changes consistent with the slides with our 1, 2, 3, 4 asks. But on the side elevations is where that gets meaningful. Cindy, if you can continue to the side elevations. So you can see in the key from the bottom right that the idea is that the massing and the overall presence of this house on this corner lot is reduced into a situation that is more consistent with the language of the historic property, more consistent with the language of the surrounding area, and really just less of a presence on that corner. Slide 25 is the rear elevation, again borrowing the same forms of the house of these sort of extruding 1-story pieces and these sort of shedding gable roofs with an extremely simple roof configuration. Slide 26. And this side too, you can see the removal of the large box. This is the side that is not visible from any of the right of ways. And so this is where we're adding the space that we need for those bedrooms. Slide 27. This is a letter from Heartwood, who's examined the tree. The tree is in good health. They have a plan for us for tree protection. You know, Craig cites in this plan that there's really no access to this tree. Like I said, that's like a 4-foot sliver between those houses. I don't know how this tree is in such good health, but it is. But, you know, Craig even made the point that it's really not possible for any equipment or material storage to take place back there because it's so tight. So compaction in the root system is not an overwhelming concern, but we will literally just block it off from both ends. And Heartwood has a plan for treating the tree before construction and after construction to preserve its health, along with some standard maintenance during construction to protect it from some of the roof construction. And then after Heartwood, I think we have one more. This is a copy of the variance if anyone needs to reference it. And then in the supplement from May, we have the letters from the neighbors, which I'm hoping that you guys get a chance to read. So I can summarize the guidelines really quick if that's helpful, but I know I've talked for a long time. So if you guys want to move on to questions, I'm totally fine with that too.
Yeah, I think I think that would be helpful. Thank you, Jessica.
Mhm.
Do we have anyone on the line, Cindy?
No.
Okay. Commissioners, questions of the applicant? I'm going to kick it over to Jim first.
Yeah, I had one somewhere here. About the impervious surface in the backyard. What is the impervious surface that's left? Yeah. The impervious surface that's left.
We're actually removing all of the impervious surface in the backyard, and we were going to submit to staff in a landscaping separate application for a gravel pad for parking.
Okay. I saw somewhere where it said 26%.
That is the coverage of the rear historic yard. If I take off the strange boxy additions on the back to create the historic yard line and then add back in what we're proposing in that same area, the coverage of the rear historic yard is 26%.
Okay. That's my question.
Okay. Any other questions, Jim?
Not for me. No.
All right. Jill?
Yeah, thank you. I just had a question. I was trying to get a better visual for the overall front view of the house. And I guess what maybe would clarify things for me a little bit better is, and I don't have the slide numbers, I apologize, but what I have is A 2.0, which is the rendering of the front of the house. And I just wanted to show, my question is this, and this for you, Jessica, the one where you touched the photo of the addition on the house, I think it was page 14. It's a photo mock-up that you created. I'm trying to look at that in comparison to the sketch that you have of the front of the house, which very faintly shows the raised roof line, which I don't see so much revealed in the photo mock-up. So I'm having a hard time kind of jiving those two renderings of the front view of the house. One seems different than the other. Maybe you could explain.
Yeah, sure. No, it's a great question. I mean, it's I think one of these situations where the 2D elevations are a little bit misleading because the gable, the existing roof pitch on this house is a 6 and 12, so it pitches back at such a shallow rate that this is really the image. This one was a lot easier for us to overlay with our model than the other side, because the other side was a panoramic photo. So this one was easier to overlay, and you can see where that number 3 is. You've got the existing roof that was in the photo. You've got our 3'5" extension, which is that darker gray. We tried to separate the two so it was obvious. But pitching back at a 6 and 12, that condition where it raises is 1, 2, 3 rooms back plus some change from the porch on the depth of the home. And so we're talking about, 45 feet-ish back on the property. So at 6 and 12, 45 feet back, it just diminishes so quickly from your perspective that it's not tremendously apparent from the pedestrian perspective the way it is in a flattened two-dimensional elevation. If it was a steeper pitch, it would be more apparent, but this is a particularly shallow pitch.
So what you're saying is the ridge height, which raises, I believe it's 3.5 feet,
Yeah, 3.5.
and you're saying that's 40 feet back from where?
So I don't have my CAD file with me, but I can estimate it from the drawings.
And I say this because, to me, the importance is the overall height of this roof line and how that's going to impact the overall look of this house from the street. Given the mock-up that you provided, I don't feel that that gives me a good understanding vis-a-vis the drawing. So I'm kind of struggling with that still. I mean, I hear what you're saying, it's further back, so it perhaps won't be as significant. But I guess I wish a mock-up better reflecting that would probably help me visually with the impact of it. That's all.
I think the best response I have is this is the truest, most accurate mock-up that we can provide, aside from a movie of it. But this is a very true, slide 17 is a very true image of this proposal in the context.
Okay. All right. Damon?
Hey, Jessica, how are you?
Hi, I'm so sorry that I'm missing your day-to-day.
Oh, well, thank you. I have some real small questions. A lot of the changes are very positive to this house, I think. One is the HVAC system. You said you're going to be submitting a site proposal to staff later. So I assume the HVAC unit that's being moved is going to be on that, and we don't have to worry about that here. Is that right?
Yes, on the site plan, we are showing those units pushed a little bit further back on the property. And we're intending to submit the site plan under a landscape application to staff. The church has an existing fence along that property that comes all the way to the front of the house. And then the Fains will have a fence inside of that fence. Since the church fence is not our condition, it may be transient. But our intention is to fully conceal those HVAC units. And because of the non-conformances and our setback conditions, we're sticking them as far back into the corner as we can possibly get them, and we'll conceal them with landscaping.
And the tree protection plan is kind of a suggestion as opposed to a plan. I think in the letter, it kind of says, the arborist kind of says this, and there's a response, I think, from the builder. Will you be providing an actual tree protection plan specific to this tree and what's being done around it?
Yes, absolutely. We will engineer the project after we, sort of have some indication of a go-ahead. And our intention is to use a system that we have very commonly used in these tree conditions, where we get a caisson outside of the structural root zone, which is the inner of the dashed circles on the site plan, and we beam to that caisson. And so our plan is to use that system. We've used it a lot in these situations. It's always been very successful. And yes, our intention is to provide a tree protection plan with that in the final application. But as Craig points out, there's just no access back there. And so we're going to fence it off, and it's pretty difficult to get to as is.
And so that'll be a part of that future site plan to staff.
Yes.
The last thing is, I'm not sure I understood your response to Jim's question about the impervious or pervious material in the backyard. And you don't need to go through that as long as that also is going to be part of your submission to staff for the site proposal. Then I'll move that in the motion that it be part of that submission.
Sure, no problem. Yeah, the calcs that we're showing are that 50% rear yard coverage number. And we're not intending to have impervious surfaces in the backyard. We're intending for everything to be, we're intending for everything to be pervious in the backyard.
So my last issue is just about, or question is about the window. There are several windows that are shown either to be, I think, either to be filled in or changed and moved that were existing. So I think the first one that I saw was on the front elevation. There was a little octagonal window to the right of the door behind a column that was turning into a rectangular window to the right of the
Thank you so much for asking that, because that was in that summary that I skipped over because I spoke for so long. There is sort of a 90s style octagonal window, 80s style octagonal window here, where one of the doors of this house used to be when it was a triplex. Our situation here is that because all of our windows are in good condition and we are planning to keep all of the existing windows and restore all of the existing windows, we can't put a new window in that space because the color of the glass will just be so apparent in such close adjacency to the old windows. It'll just look like it's green and jumping off the house. And so we would prefer not to keep the octagonal window, but I feel like with the Secretary of the Interior Standards asking us to honor the narrative of the house, just removing it and putting siding over it doesn't really acknowledge that historic condition. So what we're asking is if we could put a piece of art glass in there, something from Shedbrand or similar. I think we're really fluid on this. If there's something else that would be preferable in that area, probably we're open to it. But what I didn't want to do was put in a new window to match existing because of that condition with the glass color in such close adjacency.
So we're talking about the octagonal moving. So you're taking that window, filling it in, and putting a new window to the right of it. Is that what we're talking about?
That's the idea, but I'm fluid on it.
So, okay, so our guidelines specifically talk about removing, a historic window. So is this octagonal window something that was not historically historic to the house?
That's correct. That octagonal window was not historic to the house. In the SHPO photos and in the HDC photos from when the Dilworth Historic District was established, that was 1987, we're seeing a triplex condition. I think the HDC photo, you can see the door there, but that octagonal window was installed sometime after 1987 and before now.
Was there a window there in that same general location where you're proposing the new window to go?
There was a door. There were two doors on the front porch.
Okay. Then the other one is I think it's on the east. I think you call it the east elevation. Looks like the right elevation. There's a to the left of the twin window. You have a window that's being filled in. The one in the gable, I understand, is historic. And, if you would go to, I think did you go to the east elevation? Yes, that's the one. So that twin window, I understand, is historic, and you're really putting it back the way it was originally. The one on the first story to the left of the twin windows looks like there's a window that's being filled in. Was that a non-historic window that you're covering in?
That's correct. The current owners of this home installed that window in 2004, and it was not original. There was not originally a window in that location.
Okay, cool. All right, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Henningsen?
I'm so sorry, PJ, I can't hear you.
Sorry, this is the east elevation, right? Can we go to the
Correct.
west? Can we go to the west elevation, please? Okay, so And is this drawing accurate? Is it like an asymmetrical pitch on the addition over the boxcar? On this
Yes,
west?
this is the piece that that Christy had asked me for those additional photos to try to understand its visibility and presence from the street. We are not allowed to change the footprint condition of that non-conforming boxcar. The variance only grants us the ability to legally keep it and to repair the roof. And so it is truncated so that we have a matching condition from the pedestrian right-of-way and the view. And then that series of photos walking up and down the street are an attempt to help understand exactly what that looks like from the street. That the face of that boxcar is where the two houses are so close together because they both have legal nonconformances.
And help me understand, I'm looking looking at the pictures from the parking lot of the church. Is that the east elevation or the west elevation? Yeah,
The part,
perfect.
this is the east elevation.
East elevation. Okay. So question on the boxcar on the east elevation. Knowing that this boxcar is highly visible from the parking lot, did you consider a window pattern or fenestration pattern that was more traditional? Or
For the new one?
yes. You've got
we-
on the east elevation, you've got two smaller ganged windows, and then I think on the rear portion of that boxcar, you've got a gang of 3 windows.
Yeah, we did look at several different window configurations on that. In the proposal, we were going with something that we thought played off of the slightly more whimsical asymmetric arrangement of all of these high transom windows in the historic house. But we certainly are able to change that if need be.
Okay. And thank you. Last question, back to the front elevation, teeing off what Damon had said. Was this house originally, when it was built, a duplex or a single family home? I'm just trying to understand if that door that was there in the 1987 SHPO and HGC picture was part of the original house or something that was added between, I don't know, 1920 and 1987.
So the Sanborn maps show this as a single family home. Most of the historic photos show this as a triplex. So it had 2 doors on the front and that large set of stairs on the east side going up to the top.
Because and thank you, my original comment would be if this was originally a single family home, there wouldn't have been a door in that location where that window is. So my preference would be just remove that window altogether, because then you're really respecting the original single family nature of that house. However, if that house was originally a duplex, then I'd absolutely appreciate the fact that, having a window there is a nod to where an original door or door opening once was.
PJ, I think that's really insightful. I hadn't thought of it that way. I like your interpretation too.
And last comment, I really liked on your Zutwell survey how you specified which houses had non-historic and historic ridge lines. So thank you. That was great. I appreciate
Sure,
that.
no problem. I'm going to give a nod to Candace and Cindy and Christy for doing that because they have been marking the Zutwell surveys before they send them out for that. So.
All right. Any other questions, commissioners, before we close for deliberation?
Hi, this is Nichelle. We have our
Yes,
hands raised, but I'm not sure if anybody can see them.
No, it's not showing up in the room, but please, the floor is yours.
I did have, Damon kind of covered it, and then PJ touched on it regarding the octagonal window on the front. So it was good conversation and good perspective. I did want to just ask or offer that because an octagonal window to me is such a distinct like element or design or decorative feature, that I think if you're fluid on it staying there, if you would consider it staying there, certainly that's something I would encourage, because like I said, it's so distinct, and I think it would be a nice nod if a door was originally there. So that's all I wanted to offer there.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonaparte. And just to tag in on that, SHPO also says that additions or changes to a house become part of its narrative. And so then that window would be a part of the story of this particular house. So I agree with you on that one. Any other questions or comments before we close?
Is it okay for me to respond to that by any chance?
Yes, please.
Yes. I totally appreciate what you guys are saying, and I tend to lean on that Secretary of the Interior standard really often myself. But I will say, just being up and down this street as many times as I have, the octagonal window is extremely out of place in the context of this area, of these several blocks. And it wasn't there in 1987, so it's not really meeting our standard of having significance just based on the dates. And so I am hopeful that it wouldn't have to stay the octagonal window. I'm fluid on a lot of things, but the octagonal window, it doesn't have any historic integrity by our current standards for evaluating that. So if it wants to be a special window to honor the history as a duplex, I'm totally game to do that. But I would love to have a special window that honors the narrative of the duplex that is more consistent with the house and more consistent with the context, if that's the interpretation.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Jessica. All right, Commissioner Lineberger.
Thank you. Hi, Jessica. I just had a quick question about that proposed increased ridge line. And you referenced the 45-foot dimension as far as being set back for about 45 feet. When you compare that to the house next door, that is, I think it still is 4 feet below the ridge line of the house. Yes, thank you for going to that slide. It still appears to be 4 feet lower than the house adjacent right next door. Do you have a sense of how far back that ridge line is from the street or from the front of the house?
I think that in the beginning of our slides and the existing conditions, we should be able to see that. That roof pitch is steeper than ours. I think in this one, that roof pitch is a little steeper than ours.
17.
Yeah, slide 17. That's a non-historic condition, first of all.
Okay.
So I'm treading a thin line on referencing it, but it's a very large roof and it has a very strong presence on Kingston. It has an even stronger presence on Springdale and from the church parking lot, which is a very large hole in the landscape. It's really what you see coming from East Boulevard is the church parking lot and the back of that large non-historic, non-conforming addition.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to get a sense of the context of that additional ridge height.
I will say the increase in height still puts us well in the middle for this area. We are nowhere close to the tallest house on these blocks at all. We still stay on the low end of the range for these blocks.
Well, and likewise, it looks like the house directly across the street is another even 8 feet, maybe, that ridge is even taller.
That's correct, 33.6 feet
Yeah.
in height. You can see that on the next slide,
Mhm.
the Springdale slide, slide
Right.
22.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Krista. Chris Barth.
Cindy, can you go to the front elevation, please? Jessica, I think I understand what's going on here, but I just wanted to clarify with you. It appears that you're extending the main gable roof going towards the back of the house up. But correct me if I'm wrong, are you also extending it to the right side of the house to envelop part of an addition? And I would imagine those plans are coplanar. Those two roofs are coplanar, correct?
That is, yeah, you're absolutely correct. It's more apparent on the site plan, where we're trying to clean up that right side of the house that's so close to the neighbor's house, by simplifying those planes and simplifying the roof forms. You can see from the existing condition that there's the box in the front, and then there's a shed behind it, and then there's another shed behind that, and then there's a radius roof behind that, and then there's a box behind that. And so we're trying to like just really clean all of that up under one really simple roof form.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Borg. Any other questions before we close? Damon?
Jessica, the front elevation, I agree that the octagonal window is not historic, and I understand closing it in. I do have a little hesitation because I do feel that kind of marks the progression of the house over history. But if you do close it in, the little window that you're putting on the front elevation, because all the other windows are the same size, and the location of it is awkward, I think, architecturally. Is there another, I just think there must be a better solution for a front elevation window to be located at the size, I think, either to leave the octagonal one alone where it is, or if you're going to introduce a new window, I think it needs to respect the rest of the fenestrations on the front of the house. Would you just respond to what you think about that? That's after the conversations I've heard, that's where I think I was going with
No, thank you. I think that I like the way you asked that. That was insightful. And I tend to agree with you. This was pretty complicated because we didn't want to abandon it altogether. We wanted to sort of preserve that part of the narrative without using a new window to match existing because of the greenish tint on the glass. So my thought was that there's a beam coming back from that center column, and that each of those large historic windows kind of had a partner that was a door. And if we just made the partner something that told the story that wasn't a door, that would be honoring it. But again, it doesn't have to be that window or that shape, and it does not have to be art glass. I would prefer that it not be the octagonal window that's there now. And the octagonal window has a very strange relationship with the beam that comes right into the head of it in the porch. So I'm wondering if maybe it would be okay if we're looking at the east elevation, if we just mimic one of the small transom windows that's over there. The existing small transom windows.
It's just an odd presentation for a front elevation. To have a small window like that, I think, I mean, at least in here, it just seems awkward. It's almost, and I know that if you don't put a window in there, there's a lot of siding that is blank space. So I think it does need some kind of breakup of that elevation. I'm not sure. I mean, I don't want to spend a lot of time with the commission talking about the design of this front elevation, but I do think it needs some more thought. And possibly staff could approve it, but I think because it's a front elevation, it's an important piece.
Thank you, Commissioner Rumsch. Any other questions? All right, let's close for deliberation. Thoughts, commissioners? I start with what you just said.
I'd be happy to form a motion, and then we can kind of discuss where it goes from there.
That sounds great.
So let's, I'm moving to approve this application with the following amendments or considerations that the HVAC location and shield and screening will be presented in a future site plan to staff, along with a tree protection plan and a specific 50%, specifically addressing the 50% rule in the backyard. I'm okay with all the other pieces that have been discussed. Matter of fact, I think Jessica has done a really nice job respecting the architecture of the house. But I do think that the front elevation needs some more study. And so why don't I, for this third point, leave it to some discussion, and then I can add it to, depending on our discussion, add it to the second part of this motion.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Rumsch. I have some thoughts, but PJ, it looks like you want to say something.
I'm good.
All right. I agree that the front elevation is very important. And I agree with you too, Damon, that the rhythm of the windows feels a little off with the smaller one. To me, less so with the octagonal one, but I know that that's not ideal for them. And I don't know how we discuss this without designing this, which is not what we're supposed to be doing.
So then the question is, is this something that, does staff feel comfortable? I'm not sure, I mean, this is a design element, and I'm not sure that staff is going to be.
It's a design element, so how, yeah, I mean,
Then my motion would, then I think the motion should be that it comes back just for a front elevation study.
I would agree with that. So that would be two motions, correct?
So that would be a continuance.
A
Okay.
continuance,
So I can separate the, so you want me to do the first motion?
yes, the
Stands.
approval, and then as a second motion, correct, Cindy, the continuation of, for the front elevation, PJ?
So just kind of a comment. We agree that the octagonal window is not original. If it's removed, then you run the risk, like you had mentioned, Damon, you've got a lot of siding right there that's not broken out. So it seems reasonable to have some type of window there, but yet not the octagonal one. I don't think there's many options here. It's almost like whatever direction you go, there's going to be an equally negating factor that's not going to be appealing.
But there was, seeing as how it was single family originally before it was a triplex, there was something going on there. And I think a further study of that
Fair.
allows Jessica to bring it back.
I mean, it could be that
Fair.
that window becomes a twin window that's to the right of the door. I mean, that's, but here again, we're going through the, I don't want to spend a lot of time
No.
suggesting options.
Understood,
Well,
agreed.
so Cindy, should we break that up into two motions?
I think if you're going to continue it, you should just leave it as a
Is
continue,
there continuance? Okay.
Okay,
because you're not really, I mean, you're
Okay, so-
basically essentially approving
Okay,
everything else
right.
but the front elevation, which
Sure.
you're just going to have to bring back anyway.
And conceivably, the other things about the site plan and that kind of stuff might be able to come back during the continuance.
Oh, good. Then I will ask for that.
but, and why don't we recognize our friends at home? Commissioner Barth?
I have 2 points to make, just real quick, with regard to the octagonal window. I think the biggest thing for me is just that it, it appears to be a casement window, which on the front elevation on the main floor, there are none. So like Jessica mentioned, I think she has her hand up too, so she may have something to say to this. If it read more like the windows there on the main floor, like a transom window, top sash only, that I think might be better compositionally, and a good compromise to make. Another point I wanted to make and wanted to see if any other commissioners had concern about this. The historic ridge line of the main gable going back, to me, just seems to get a little lost in the added ridge height as well as the added right-hand volume. So I just wanted to send that out there to the rest of the group and see if there were any concerns for that.
Before we open it up again for Jessica, anyone want to speak to what Commissioner Barth just said? Jill, you were nodding in agreement.
Well, yeah, that kind of speaks to what I was talking about originally, and I'm trying to understand, because our guidelines state that typically the original roof as visible from the public right-of-way should not be raised. And if someone could explain to me why in this case that's okay, that would be helpful.
I'll say that we've done it time and time again because we say, I think the guidelines read typically should not be raised. And we've said yes to that happening, particularly when the gable is far back enough so that it's not overpowering from a
Okay, so
pedestrian.
then that, in that case, that's the reason why in this particular instance, That's okay.
I think that it's the fact that it's further back and the fact that the guideline says we typically do not raise the ridge. We've approved countless applications where the ridge was raised.
Right, and
Usually-
I realize that, so I just think for our own sake, that should be in the
And
motion.
for the record, yeah, absolutely. Okay, why don't we open it up again so that Jessica has a chance to speak, okay? Jessica?
Thank you so much. Really, honestly, the only thing I wanted to say is, and this is obviously just a balancing act with this window on the front and the single family turning into the duplex and preserving the narrative thing. The thing I'm wary of doing is putting in a window to match with clear glass because of the color of the glass, because I feel like that's the thing from the pedestrian perspective that jumps out to me the most in analyzing these streetscapes, is when we have all of these historic windows with the clear wave glass and then one window that is, you know, truly kind of a greenish blue color because it's a new window. And so if I mean, matching the windows would mean replacing historic windows, which we definitely don't want to do because one, the guidelines would not support it, but two, these are in great condition under the porch. So I think the best opportunity for us, if we want to preserve the narrative of the single family home changing to a multifamily home and back, is something that is in contrast to the historic windows that we're preserving, if that makes sense.
Okay, thanks, Jessica.
While we're on that, could I ask Jessica a question while we're on topic?
Sure. Well, so we had Lineberger ahead of you, so
Okay,
just hold on, and Rumsch. So just
Sure.
1 second, Commissioner Barth. Commissioner Lineberger, do you have questions for Jessica or?
I was going back to the ridge line, so let Chris go ahead while we're on the front elevation. I think that's more important at this point.
Okay, I'll kick it over to Commissioner Rumsch and then we'll come to you, Commissioner Barth, okay?
So I can stay last. I just had something to respond to about the glass.
Well, you had your hand up first, so why don't you do that?
So I think in terms of the glass in a window, that's kind of a custom thing. We can, you can have a window made that has clear glass. You can kind of determine the glass that's made by Colby and all the manufacturers. You can't duplicate that glass without going through the manufacturers. So, but you can always, if these are not Colby windows or some kind of manufactured windows, but just clear, that can be, that difficulty can be overcome easily with a custom window.
Thank you, Commissioner Rumsch. All right, now I'll kick it to you, Commissioner Barth.
Yeah, and sorry for butting in. I just wanted to make sure we didn't get lost in some other line of questioning. But
We appreciate your feedback.
I'd just be curious to see if Jessica, from your proposal, it looks like several windows are being requested to be removed. If you would consider taking one of those windows and putting them in this location, and would that be a solution?
Yeah, I would be absolutely comfortable with doing that. And in fact, we are salvaging a lot of those windows and using them elsewhere in the project, and we have extras. And so it's entirely possible for us to use a salvaged window from this, a salvaged historic window from this project in that location.
Okay, so yeah, my question to the commission would be then, is that an appropriate solution that we could request of the applicant? And also, beautifully choreographed project, by the way, Jessica. Looks great.
I agree. I would say to your question, Commissioner Barth, that I'm a visual person and I need to see it. I can't imagine what it will be, which is why I'm not a gifted architect like you. I can imagine what it would be. I have to see it. So maybe I'm in the minority here. Commissioner Rumsch.
I agree. I think I think with all the suggestions, I think Jessica just needs to bring back. I'm sorry to push this to another meeting, but I think the front elevation is important enough for us to see. And we've got some other things we can look at too.
Okay. Well, why don't we close? Before we close, Jessica, any other comments or questions?
No, I'm good. Thank you so much for reopening.
Okay, so we're going to close again for deliberation. Commissioner Lineberger wants to say something, and then we'll kick it back to you, Commissioner Rumsch. Commissioner Lineberger?
Yeah, I just had a comment about that ridge line. I think I would struggle with that increase and change a lot more if it was a different scenario. When you look at what she's restoring and what's being restored and taken back, and this solution is so much more sensitive and so much more of what we look for, I believe, when we're trying to uphold these guidelines, compared to what was put on to the house. So for me, if that condition didn't exist, I think I would struggle with it more. But the fact that it's set back, it's lower than the house next door, it's still lower than the house across the street. When you look at the overall context and holistically, I just believe that I think that mitigates that height increase. Just a
Thank
comment.
you. Thank you for that, Commissioner Lineberger. I wholly agree. Commissioner Rumsch, do you need a minute or?
I think I'm ready.
All right.
I'd like to reconstruct my motion to be a continuance. A continuance for the client to bring back a site plan showing the screening of the HVAC units, a protection plan, specific protection plan for the tree, and an analysis of the coverage of the backyard for the 50% rule. I also like to continue it for a restudy. Let me say this. This motion allows for the ridge to be raised because of the following conditions. The ridge is further back from the front of the house. Our guidelines discourage, but do not disallow the raising of the roof. Given the design quality of this transformation of parts of this house that are not in keeping with the original design, this design goes a long way to bring it into compliance with our guidelines. And the relationship of the height of this new ridge to the houses around it seem to be not incongruous with the neighborhood or our guidelines. So for those reasons, we're approving the raise of the ridge. The continuation is for a restudy of the front elevation and for the fenestrations, with the window positioning and size.
Let me just say that we are not approving the raising of the ridge. We're not addressing that. We're addressing the other
I
points.
think I'm saying we're bringing it back for the things I'm not.
Right.
And I'm giving reason why we're accepting the ridge, why it's not.
Why it's not on the list. Okay, all right. Thanks, Commissioner Rumsch. Do we have a second for Commissioner Rumsch's?
We sure do. Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Hayden. Any discussion of the motion?
Staff just has one point of clarity. We might want to say that this is an acceptance, not an approval of the roof ridge.
It's
Yeah, he clarified.
Okay.
So you wanted it as an acceptance and not approving. Well, really, we're saying because we're not continuing it, everything else is approved in the.
And
I'm
you,
not sure
Is
how you.
essentially, yes.
so here's how you would do it, Commissioner Rumsch.
Right.
We don't have to mention that because we only continue the case for the points that we bring up.
Okay.
And so I think you continuing it for the points that you've brought up, not even discussing the raising of the ridge is more than sufficient.
Okay, just a quick point, and that is because this is close to an exception for what our guidelines show, do we need to even acknowledge the fact that the reason this is being for future applications that come to raise a roof? Okay, all right.
No, I
that would
think
be-
that's not until the approval.
So strike out the whole thing about the,
We don't have to talk about the ridge. We're continuing it for the things that are not, that,
got it.
yep. And we can talk if and when we get to an approval about why we are approving the ridge height vent.
But when they come back for continuance, we're supposed to be talking specifically about the points that I've continued before. about
Absolutely.
Nothing else.
Yes.
Okay,
Okay. Still good with that, Commissioner Hayden?
Still good.
All right. Any discussion of the motion? Nope. All right, let's vote on it. Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Rumsch,
yes,
Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion passes 8-0. Thank you, Jessica. Thank you, Damon.
Thank you so much.
All right, just a time and reality check. It's 2:07, and we are now heading on to the second application, 201 Grandin.
All right, the next application up is 201 Grandin Road for an addition and fenestration changes. Project is the conversion of a former church into condominiums and the construction of addition in the courtyard of the building behind the existing parsonage. All proposed materials are to be traditional to match existing, and new windows proposed are to be Pella Reserve traditional. I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to the applicants. It looks like we have 4 people, Davin, Mark, Chris, and Kevin. Are you all going to be speaking?
We are.
Okay,
It'll primarily be me, and this is actually Chris Scorsoni.
okay. And then have you all been sworn in?
Yes. I have, yes.
Okay. And if you could go ahead and just state your names and your addresses for the tape record, and then go ahead and feel free to get started.
Sure. Chris Scorsoni, 425 North Church Street, Charlotte, North Carolina.
Davin Stamp, 538 Sandridge Road, Charlotte, North Carolina. Mark?
Yes,
Good.
yeah, Mark Bolus, 1604 Stevens Ridge Road, Matthews, North Carolina, 28105.
And that's all who's speaking on behalf of the project today.
Okay, and feel free to let me know where you'd like to get started.
We are good to go. And Cindy, if you're driving, as we start this all out, as we know, this was beautiful church built in 1927. It was designed actually by Louis Asbury Sr., who also did Myers Park Methodist. So certainly a significant church beyond even the context of this neighborhood. And interesting aspect of this project, it was approved with conditions back in 2020. And since then we have taken a new look at the project in hopes of preserving more of the original character of both the sanctuary building and the classroom building wing, which is more to the east. Our agenda we always add into our projects, but we'll spend a little bit of time looking at existing conditions, note a few of the really important considerations, and then look at site plan, quickly at floor plans, and then the proposed elevations. I'm glad we got a drone for this one, but you can see obviously within its context, it is surrounded by multifamily and single family homes currently, and has a prominent location on Grandin. We are looking at the ridge line of the back of the sanctuary as it crosses with the classroom wing. And do note this wing, we are proposing an addition which moves to the right of the back perpendicular ridge line. drone shot at the front. Everything that you see here will largely remain unchanged with the exception of the removal of a ADA access ramp, which was added on, we don't know what year, but it was later than original construction. Front elevation, a little bit of the courtyard elevation and the adjacent home. Side elevation, and you will see when we get into the elevations, really what we're doing here is removing the staircase that is in the elbow of the building to the left, removing a lower entryway, and then adjusting and creating one single entryway on this elevation. Rear elevation for the classroom wing. What we've been calling the courtyard elevation, and you can see that on this side of the building we have more exposed, basically more exposure for the lower level. The site itself has basically about a 6 to 8 foot drop from street to back of site. More shots within that lowered courtyard area. As we move indoors, we've got just some fabulous stained glass, and we are really happy to say that we were able to maintain all of this stained glass and also have a protection plan in place for this during construction. These areas outlined in pink are areas where floor structure would interact with the backside of these stained glass windows. And in each case, we are actually pulling the structure away from the face of the doors and windows so as not to impede their character. The interior ceiling is just absolutely magnificent, and we're proud to say that we've reconfigured all the unit plans in such a way that this ceiling will actually be a part of all the units after construction. We're leaving this in its current location, adding partitions, but able to keep this ceiling. So context structures, as you can see, we have multifamily adjacent, as well as kind of your typical usual suspects, 1920s, 1930s, single-family homes to our south. A little bit more context for you. The parsonage is to the right, and that is also owned by the owner. Okay, obviously we are hoping to adapt the church to work for residential units. And it's been our primary goal to keep all the street elevations remaining pretty much as they are, as designed originally. We do have a window protection plan in place, and you can read through this, but we've been very specific how we would handle that. And we are keeping all of the existing brick and masonry details and matching those where we are adding windows. And on the interior, again, touching on the fact that we're keeping the wood ceiling in the sanctuary. Okay, this is an image of the existing site as we see it. And you're seeing, as you did in the drone shots, the aerial. Worth noting, we are removing 2 existing chimneys, one in the courtyard and one on the rear portion of the building, and removing an existing stair, which is on the West 4th Street facade. This is our proposed site plan. So do note that the footprint of the original structure, both the classroom wing and the sanctuary, remains unchanged. We are creating an aerial connection to addition, which is occurring in the top left-hand portion of the site as is configured on the screen. And we are placing all the HVAC units within the courtyard space or behind screened walls to either side of the monumental stair in the front. And with those screen walls, our hope is that those are framing the tripartite front doors and are going to look like architectural elements that could have been existing there when it was originally constructed. Also worth noting on this image, as this functions as a roof plan, there are 5 rooftop terraces which are facing basically east. And we'll see this in a moment, but we've removed all of the rooftop terraces which were approved in the 2020 submittal along West 4th Street. And also we are planning, and we'll see this in a diagram, planning to locate all of our plumbing venting on the courtyard elevation side of the structure. The lower level existing floor plan. This is the lower level proposed, and the different units are being illustrated here in different colors based on their unit type. The area in yellow to the top left-hand portion of the page is the addition. Everything else is existing within the existing footprint. The existing main level sanctuary floor. Again, the units as they stack through there. And then the upper level. So again, same type of stacking. And the uppermost level. So again, those 5 units along the eastern ridge line, eastern portion of the ridge line along the left-hand side of our page. These are showing rooftop terraces with parapet wall cloaking the HVAC units for these units. And again, a roof plan diagram just showing our approach to cloaking all plumbing vents. So on the new addition building, those would be cloaked within a chimney type structure. And then along the roof of the existing sanctuary, those would happen on the south facade, which is the courtyard facade. Our exterior elevation in context, this is the Grandin elevation, and do note that actual height of our addition is matching the ridge line of the existing classroom wing. Here we are with an existing front elevation showing what's going to be removed. And of course, what is to remain. Mainly, we're keeping all of the existing details, both in stained glass and cut stone, brick work as well. And we are locating unit doorways within the existing doorway openings in the tripartite entryway. As we move to the courtyard elevation, I'm sorry, yeah, this is the courtyard elevation again, as if we were looking from Grandin, seeing through the single family home that sits street front. This is the elevation of the addition to the right. You can see the aerial connection to the original classroom building there more in the center of the page. This is basically it's a 3-unit building, but 2 units are entering off of this porch, and 1 single accessible unit is being entered from the rear. and we go to our elevation on Grandin. And Cindy, maybe back up one for me just real quick, and let me just make sure. Yeah, so did want to mention this. This was the approved Grandin elevation. And as you can see, with the prior submission, there were a number of rooftop terraces cutting into the existing roof. Obviously, we're no longer doing that. And so thank you. We'll move forward one and show our proposal for this elevation. So as noted earlier, on the front elevation, we have 2 unit entries. We've created a new alcove that tucks up underneath the stained glass within a more central location. This basically creates the entryway for the interior units. And we're keeping the stained glass in place and creating a vestibule beyond. So one of the visual that we're showing a light pendant that's hanging. That pendant is actually behind the stained glass. So that's what you're seeing there. And then do note as well, we are adding a egress window atop each arched window. So that's occurring on the 3rd level of the sanctuary. So you're seeing that in that top row of windows, and those all match in character and dimension and proportion the original windows. Also on this, do note that we have a small riser room structure to the left. That structure is created in the same vein of masonry detailing as the original structure, and basically houses all of the plumbing needed for the building. And then a more of a close-up showing how we're handling that side entry. So again, an alcove vestibule with, we're actually taking pendants from the sanctuary and housing those behind the stained glass. So you would have 2 tenant entryways, again, centered within this stained glass bay. And then you can see our egress window above. We are encircling that egress window with the same type of, we're matching the cut stone that's currently on the sanctuary building, and also aligning it with the existing corbelling above. Rear elevation, and perhaps we spend just a second again. And Cindy, if I can ask that you go back. Yeah, this was a part of the approved back in 2020. And then the next one should show our proposed currently, which again, it's the original classroom wing, and then our addition to the left with the projected bay, an aerial bridge that connects the two. So there's a clear delineation between existing and new. And then we have some small tenant entries along the lower floor, each having a small metal canopy. And do note the riser room structure to the right, which has, again, a corbelled red brick detail and a lantern hanging on either side of its small gable. As we get to the courtyard side of the sanctuary in the classroom building, you can see existing, again, noting that we were proposing the removal of that chimney. And I would maybe ask if we back up just one slide, perhaps. Do believe one more, perhaps one more, please. Yeah, so you can see this was the, again, 2020 approved plan where there was a long canopy in the courtyard space and some porch elements on the side of the new addition. And then as we move forward to our latest submission, We again are adding the egress windows above the stained glass, routing all the plumbing within the dash line rectangle on the roof, adding the aerial connection, which you're seeing in dark gray, which is the connection from the existing classroom wing to the proposed addition. I think one slide forward will show the elevation of that. Yeah, so you're seeing a projected bay, window sizing in keeping with the original proportion, as well as the clear story chimney type roof element, which we're housing all of the plumbing venting in. Okay, so we quickly went past our thank you slide, so thank you. And then I think we have some additional information on our windows, and I'm not sure if this is our last slide, but Davin, if you would like to add anything that I have missed, more of our specs on the windows themselves. And I'm just now seeing I have the ability to turn my video on, so I'm going to do that.
Yeah, on the windows, the only thing to note is that the existing windows we've confirmed with general contractor who will be on board on this project, and they are fuse shut, and they won't be able to be used for egress, and that's why we're proposing changing them out for these Pella aluminum clad wood windows.
Okay, guys, is that it?
Yeah, sure.
All right, thank you. Cindy, do we have anyone on the line wishing to speak for or against this application?
I do believe we have one caller online.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Tamara, is that you? Ms. Freeman?
Yes, this is Tamara Freeman at 213 Grandin Road.
Okay, have you been sworn in, Ms. Freeman?
I have.
Okay, perfect. Please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So I reside 2 houses down from the church. I am against the proposal for what was being presented. I sent in on April the 13th my representing my family also, because my parents were still residing. My sister and I and my parents, we moved into this house when I was 5 years old. I am now 52. This has always been a family-oriented neighborhood. Never has it been the proposal, which is business. My, I'm sorry, because it gets so emotional for me, of what I've had to deal with since the 2 homes directly beside us leading to the church, of what we've had to deal with. It is my understanding that they're wanting to allow a parking lot in the home, and I'm not sure because I didn't see that in the slides, but in the parking lot, to create a parking lot in the back of the home beside us to accommodate the 2 Airbnbs that are currently there. Allowing a parking lot within the back of the homes, in my opinion, absolutely does not fit the family community. It opens the doors for what we have it opens up even more doors for what we've had to endure since it's been turned into Airbnbs. So basically going from the feel of a beautiful community filled with families to business property is not what my parents signed up for when they purchased this home many years ago. With that being stated, example, just recently with the rental of the two homes directly beside us, there were over 100 people between the two homes. We're waking up to litter in our yard, front and back, bottles, papers, food, people actually running through our property in the back. Had a conversation one day with one of the renters stating
Ms.
that.
Freeman? Ms. Freeman?
Yes.
I apologize. I do not mean to cut you off, but I just want you to
You're
know
fine.
that your testimony here today is supposed to be about the HDC guidelines. I completely understand your frustration about these other factors, but they cannot be. That's not what we're ruling on. What we're ruling on is how this application, this project meets or does not meet the HDC guidelines. So if you will, please, ma'am, stick to the guidelines. That would be very helpful. Okay?
Thank you. Because I did ask previously in April, before coming to this, was I going to be allowed? I was told yes. So then my question is, because this is not the place for it, when is the place for it? Other than what I've sent in writing.
I cannot speak to that. I can actually have our attorney jump in and maybe reiterate what I've said or shed some light on what I've said.
Or who do I contact as far as the issues that we are having with this proposal of anything?
There's currently a zoning application, and I have tried to not get involved, but I know in our neighborhood in Wesley Heights, I'm one of your neighbors, Ms. Freeman, that is a separate conversation, but not one that can be had here.
Okay.
So my recommendation would be for
Thank
you to
you.
reach out to Shannon Hughes, who is the Community Association President. And he might be able to help direct you in a way that we cannot. However, what we're doing right now with this application is speaking to HDC design guidelines.
The guidelines.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Then I will reach out to Shannon concerning this mess. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Cindy, do we have anyone else here to speak for or against this application?
I don't believe we have anyone else signed up, no.
Okay. All right, commissioners. Commissioners, questions of the applicant. PJ?
Yeah, hi, good afternoon. Great presentation, by the way. I also really liked how when you assembled the presentation, how you were able to show us what was previously approved side by side with what your proposal was. It's incredibly helpful with our review in this meeting, so thank you. I'm just going to jump in. So Windows, you said in there that you're going to replace windows that are inoperable. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. So
let me just say real quick, and I'm going to ask that Davin maybe speak to exactly which ones would be removed. And Davin, if you could react to any of the window directed questions.
Yes, the windows that are on the side of the church, the existing wood windows, on the classroom wing, those are the windows that would be removed, as well as the ones on the lower level below the sanctuary. Those have all been over many years kind of painted shut, and they've started to show signs of decay. And so that with the recommendation based on the previous submittal, we've decided to replace those with aluminum clad wood windows.
Okay. No, I got it. Completely understood. The problem is our guidelines are very specific about windows. You don't replace them, you repair them. So if you need to come back with evidence on every single window that you intend to replace to show that those windows are damaged beyond repair. And while that may be your intent to replace the windows, we just don't see enough evidence in the application to approve window replacement now. So just, just a comment that'll come up in deliberation. Moving on, chimneys. Why do you intend on removing the chimneys? Because they are a significant architectural feature.
I could speak to that. I think it really has to do with the fact that those seem to manifest themselves in a larger and larger way down through the structure as they would. So we had done everything we can to just create units that were working nicely, prioritizing the stained glass windows and the ceiling scape and the roof scape. But that being said, if they are deemed historically significant to the point where on the, say, the courtyard side or on the street side, those do need to be maintained, I think we as a team could discuss that. And if that is a directive from the board, we could work that out with staff.
Okay. Thank you. Next comment, AC units. We don't like AC units in the front elevation. Why? And I don't know if it's one AC unit or two AC units. How many AC units do you have in the front elevation and why?
Sure. We have built two low masonry walls that you can see here that match the primary water table of the structure to either the right and the left of the monumental stair. Those would fully and completely cover any visible condenser units out there. And though not typical, we felt that architecturally these did a nice job of both complementing the structure as well as kind of keeping those units as adjacent to their units their residential units as possible. So we felt like this was
it was easy.
Pardon me?
I said, so you chose those locations because it was easy. Did you look at any other locations that were not on the front elevation?
Yeah, sure. We've evaluated this many different ways. And again, we don't see this as, we felt that this was an appropriate response, not necessarily born out of the ease in which we could do it. But we are certainly flexible and open, again, to work with staff to relocate these to the courtyard side. I think it's a totally doable thing. And, certainly no pushback from our side on that.
Okay. No, thank you. And thank you for the explanation. Since we're on the front elevation, and I'm just going to try to go front of elevation, left elevation, rear elevation, as you've laid out really nicely in your application. Front doors, why are you changing the front door configuration to add side lights?
We did feel that keeping overall in general the tripartite entryway configuration was appropriate and in keeping with the original architecture, and keeping that prominence of the double door in the center. Again, the symbolic entry. We had changed the two flanking doors to single doors simply because those would be unit entries, and we felt just both from a security standpoint and from a layout standpoint that would be appropriate. Again, though, if it's felt that a double door look is more in keeping with the intent of the commission, we can certainly retrofit those, again, working with staff. Maybe they look like double doors, but only one is operable. And that would be a very much a doable thing for us to take care of on our side.
Okay, no, thank you. Moving on to the left elevation. Can we, I don't know what the slide number is on the left elevation, One second, please. Yes, yes. The window that you're adding on the left elevation towards the front, it's a different dimension, different light configuration, smaller than all of the other windows. Why did you choose that window size?
Could we go back perhaps to the existing elevation, which, yeah. I think we were taking advantage of an existing masonry header that's there, if I remember correctly. And Davin, you can help me, but is that what I'm seeing there in elevation, Davin? Do you recall?
Yes, that is correct. There is an opening in the masonry with a header that is that wide. And we were trying to respect that width.
Yeah, but again, I'll proactively state this. We don't have any issue with maintaining that rhythm with the same size window. We're having to do a few things there, just generally to handle water and the site, doing a small site wall. So we are totally able and capable of matching that rhythm with a matching window. And again, if that's a direction that is prompted, we can certainly, again, handle that with staff.
Sure. No, thank you. That is all of my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Henningsen. Commissioner Lineberger.
First, I want to reiterate what PJ just said, which is I'm really glad this got. I'm sure you weren't thrilled that we didn't make it to this last month, but I was. It was this presentation was so much easier to read and understand. So I really appreciate the difference between the two as it came back to us. Since PJ, you just left off on that note, will you all clarify which window on here for me that you were just discussing?
Sure.
Which opening?
It's to the far right of the sanctuary. There's the stained glass window to the farthest right. Originally, there was not. Well, we don't know originally if there was a window there.
Got
We
it.
think that there was one, and it was a little bit smaller. And if you perhaps toggle back one image, you can see that in our as-built elevation. There is an existing smaller, what we thought was perhaps an existing opening in that wall. So we had diminished the scale of that particular window just to react to the original structure. But again, I think that we could certainly make that match in keeping with the existing openings. Architecturally, I don't think it's something that would be for us hard to accomplish, and certainly would look nice there.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for clarifying that. I have a number of things I wanted to ask about. Could you go into some detail, a little more detail than you gave in your presentation about the riser room building?
Mhm.
And, I understand that's a plumbing, you're using that for some plumbing. But also just the location of it, the placement on the site, a little more detail on what the need is there.
Sure. So this is the riser room that basically would give access to the sprinkler system, the fire protection system. So this would have to be accessed by the fire department in case of a fire, any kind of issue like that, or servicing. The reason we placed it here is because it cloaks the parking directly beyond it. So we felt like it was a nice way to architecturally cloak any vehicles beyond, and have a small folly there, which architecturally complemented the existing structure. And perhaps if we go back to a site plan, and forgive me, I don't know which slide that is on, but we'll be able to see its location as well as why we're placing it where we're placing it. Yeah. So as you can see, we were using that. It has to be located pretty much at very close to the street edge, and we thought that that was a good opportunity to cloak the resident cars beyond. I do believe, and Devin, forgive me, is there anything I'm spent a lot of time thinking about it, and it's been so long ago. I just wanted to know, is there anything that you can refresh on that as well?
Yeah, I think because its need to be directly along West 4th Street per fire guidelines, and the desire to keep all the windows in the existing classroom wing on the church and not interfere with any of the windows on the existing church building, that in addition to screening the parking, that also weighed our decision to put that riser room in its own little building or folly.
Okay, thank you for that. On that, could we go to the 4th Street elevation? Back to that one.
This is the existing elevation.
Yeah, that one. So the existing door, is there any way that you could retain the existing location of that door versus moving that, adjusting it, moving it over slightly?
Sorry to ask to toggle back to the existing and just to remind me, yeah, it was sitting basically in that corner. I wouldn't think that is, I think it's certainly possible to do that. So if that's a wish, again, that we can note and work through with staff, I think we can certainly do that. It would be a minor modification with that unit. So I think that that's certainly doable.
Okay. And also on that elevation, I'm curious about the decision to introduce the steel on the new entry.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that again, if it's desired for that to be either a fabric or a matching fiberglass asphalt type shingle, we can certainly do that if that is a noted want. I think we were doing the metal, just, obviously these aren't your primary entryway, so we were in some ways trying to keep them as lightweight structures visually, not physically. So yeah, I think we're flexible on that.
Okay. On the rear elevation. Yes. The cast stone band that's existing and continuing, where you place the canopies and the doors with their transoms and side lights, is that just for additional light? Just what the function is of your decision to place that canopy right in that band?
Yeah, so you're speaking to interrupting the horizontal with the canopy.
Right.
I think that it was a twofold. One, we did think that the additional natural light from the transoms would be nice, but I think it was a compositional shift for us to place those where we did. Again, that being said, we aren't rigid in its placement, and if we feel that it would be more harmonious with the existing, we can slide those down and actually still keep the transoms. Those could tuck up underneath the angle of those canopies. We did feel it prudent to put small canopies over those entryways just to give a little bit of rain cover. But yeah, we have flexibility there, and that's another item we could work through with staff.
Okay. I think that I'll quit because I'm sure other people have other
Thank-
questions to ask that'll cover some of my others. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lineberger. Commissioner Barth.
Yeah, while we're on this elevation, from the previous proposal, what I understand may have been from another architect or presenter, the addition was slightly more separated from the historic church in the classroom wing. It appears that it's moved closer. Can you give me that dimension of how far apart the addition is from the existing, as well as the reason for the move towards the existing building?
Yeah, Davin, that may be a question for you, but I think it's about 4.5 feet, 4.5 feet to 5 feet of separation. We felt like that was still a comfortable passageway. It still gave, an honest, understanding that this is the addition. It's not the original structure, and we typically do like to do that if it makes sense. I think we were working with a number of things, everything from a tree, maybe a tree safe area, Davin, you can help me with that, but also trying to just minimize some impacts. So certainly an intentional move on a number of different levels, but again, we felt that it was complementary and yet distinct. I hope I addressed your question. If you want to, I can certainly address it a different way if need be.
No, that answers it. I appreciate it. And you bring up what was going to be my next point. It looks like there's some trees towards the if we're looking at this image, towards the left-hand side of the property, towards the interior side of the property, at least from the aerial view, we can see them. Are those on your property? And if they are, do you intend to maintain them, keep them, get rid of them? What's your plan with those trees if they are affected?
We've been working with urban forestry on this. We are removing one tree and replacing that within this alley space, as well as adding, Davin, help me here, I think 3 additional street trees along the. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I think that's all I had. Everybody else covered my other questions.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Bonaparte.
So PJ mentioned my concern earlier, which was the front doors. And I think the applicants were responsive and considering some options to return to how the doors were. And to make some provisions for that. So that was my main concern on that front elevation. Everything else I think has been touched upon.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonaparte. I echo the sentiments of my colleagues who have said that you put together a great application. Thank you so much. It really means a lot when we're reviewing it. I also thank you for maintaining that magnificent, breathtakingly magnificent ceiling on the inside, maintaining the stained glass windows as they are pretty distinctive to the actual building, and maintaining the roof as it is. So my question, a couple of questions, and maybe I'm overlooking something here, but I'm looking at the proposed rear elevation. And there is on the top level, not the balcony, but the windows at the very top of the building, there seems to be a window that's missing. Am I misreading that? Can you help me with that?
Yeah, there is one that's in the center there that's been omitted. And I'm not saying omitted from the rendering. I suspect that we removed that from the standpoint of something based on that interior layout of that unit.
Sure. And, we want to be made aware of all of those things so that we know what we're approving or continuing or what have you. And then I guess my larger question, It goes back to the stained glass windows. They are so incredibly distinctive to this particular building. And I know that with building codes, you need egress. It seems that the windows at the that are above the stained glass windows bleed into the stained glass windows. And so it actually becomes a part of the stained glass windows. And so that's where I'm having a little heartburn. Can you speak to that and why you've chosen to do it that way as opposed to leaving the stained glass windows to stand on their own without abutting the actual windows?
Sure.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, no, I think if we kind of just look at it pragmatically, those egress windows, as you know, have to be a certain dimension. We took windows of that dimension and placed them. We did one which flanked to either side of the arched window, which felt a bit too, well, it was eyes and a nose, if you know what I mean. So this felt much more compositionally complementary to that and felt much more intentional. And working again with the existing stone details as well as the corbel overhead, this was the dimension that really yielded. So I don't know if I'm answering your question, but those were the reasons. I think that we may have even dropped the head height lower than we would have typically done in order to adjust for that corbeling. And let's see, Davin, am I touching on everything that was a part of that decision process?
Yes. And wanting to, in trying to be as minimally invasive around that stained glass in hopes that there are not further complications during construction.
Yeah.
I think that's why we kept it simple and just, or keeping it compositionally to the one window centered above the stained glass rather than to the two, because we know with the existing structures, we like to be as minimally, we like to cut in as minimally with these new openings when they're required.
Okay, that's going to be a challenge for me. I just want to get that out there, put it on record. Commissioner Ramsch.
I agree with the 12 or so points that have been made up to now. I would like to call, first of all, I'd like you to look at the existing exterior 4th Street elevation. And just note in this that the roof line, the gable ends on the roofs are like a parapet wall, a little flat part on the either side, and then the peak in the middle. That happens on the front of the building and on this elevation. If you go to the rear elevation, the existing rear elevation. So you have that. The other element that you've got is that dormer, which is just a gable dormer. So now if you go to the new addition on the rear, what I'd like to ask you to comment on is the architecture on the 3rd floor, I guess it's the 4th floor, the balconies and the door and the box window or bay that is on the addition really don't talk to the rest of the architecture, I don't think, of the building. And I'm not sure, I know that it needs to be different because it's an addition to, it's a change from the original. Would you go to the, let's see, the right side elevation of the addition, which also shows another by bay window? Yeah. Oh. Yeah. So here again, now here you're using the roof language that you've got on the front and the left elevation of the building, but you've got a bay window that kind of just doesn't talk to the architecture of the rest of the building. And would you consider revisiting those 2 elevations and trying to make them more compatible with the existing architecture?
Absolutely. I think that We certainly treasure your feedback and want to make sure that everyone is happy and proud with this project when it's completed. So we can certainly look at these elements again, and perhaps, it was a decision that we had made to um, to really make this addition look a little bit different than the existing structure, just to acknowledge its the fact that it was an evolution of the original. But certainly, I think, and specifically too, I think there's some things that we could do, not only in the scale and detail, but also in color, if it's hoped to make these maybe just more with you.
Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ramsch. Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes, that was on one of my points I wanted to talk about as well. I just don't believe those are compatible with the architectural style either. But in addition, on this elevation, as you see that, you really see how pronounced that bay is off the back of the building. But I noticed that you don't show that on the right, or I guess it's the left 4th Street elevation. And I was kind of curious because when I saw that, I went back to look at it and I noticed that it's really not, it's not shown the way you have on the other elevations. You've done a good job of showing on the other elevations what is happening beyond. Yeah. So that would protrude out. And I was just curious why y'all didn't. It's just something I don't even need to ask, but it's just something we would like to see probably, but.
Sure. And that could certainly be a graphic oversight on our part, with the fact that it's so far removed from this street edge. But yeah, we certainly noted.
Even though it's far removed, it's definitely a really key element because we can see it from the street.
Sure.
We would be able to view it from 4th Street.
Sure.
But if we go back to the courtyard, yes. So in addition to that, I totally agree with what Commissioner Rump said as well on this one. But could you explain the detail above that's on top of that ridge or on top of that gable, but also that appears to be higher, taller than the original church ridge roof?
Yeah, as an architectural detail, we were using that as a place to be able to group all of our plumbing vents. And it's matching the height of the parapet, I believe, of the sanctuary. Again, it's an architectural detail meant to make this addition look slightly different than the original. But again, we are open and willing to adjust that architecturally to get everyone on the same page and feeling comfortable. It was compositionally something that we felt did a nice job of doing some cloaking of some mechanical things, but we can certainly work on that.
Okay, that would be great. I think it's that particular elevation, it has a little bit of a prominence that I don't know that I would give for that function. And then on the rear, not the rear, the elevation looking back, I guess it's the courtyard, the elevation that faces the courtyard, that shows that new entry, the new porch with the double entry. Yes, thank you. I just wanted to compliment you. I feel like that elevation is just really such an improvement. And I think it looks very period to the church compared to the last iteration of it. But again, on that one, I was wondering if you were, the only detail for me, I was curious if you would be interested in reassessing those doors and actually the doors on the rear elevation as well, and have those be more matching to the original church doors versus the single panel that you show.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that would be certainly an easy one for us to take care of.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
All right, thanks, Commissioner Lineberger. Commissioner Barth.
Sorry, just one other question I thought of. Can we go to the 4th Street elevation and actually the blow up of the new entryway midway down? Cindy, if you don't mind. Yes. So you have this new alcove to enter into the building here, which I understand recesses into the building. That stained glass window, is that open to that entry vestibule?
It is. That entry vestibule would be in essence two stories tall, and that pendant that you see in pink is actually within that vestibule space behind that stained glass window.
Okay, and so we also have a window above a new window above the stained glass window. Is there a floor occurring there to access that window, or is this entire area in front of the facade open to that vestibule?
Yeah, early in the presentation, we had a diagram of how we were bridging. So we're bridging here at the paired horizontal windows that occur at the spring point of the arch. That's where we break, and we're doing a wall break and a floor break there. So we were doing a little bit of structural gymnastics right there to maintain the stained glass window, but we are accounting for that.
Okay. I mean, do you foresee any issue in preserving that stained glass window, having, essentially a unconditioned space with a heated space occurring mid-span of that window?
We're going to be pulling back from the back of the window up above, so there isn't a situation where part of it's conditioned and part of it's unconditioned.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's all.
Thanks, Commissioner Barth. All right, why don't we close for deliberation? We've agreed on many things, and PJ, you've been typing feverishly, so why don't you go down the list of things that we've discussed? And it may be crafted as a motion?
So let me do this. I've got things kind of grouped by categories just to kind of stay organized. So let me hit every category. I'll see if there's any, we can use that as kind of the jumping board for discussion points or something I missed. Then we'll move to the next category. Once we get through, I'll start at the beginning. We'll just do a motion. Is that fair?
Great.
Okay.
Thanks, PJ.
Okay, so first comment, we'll start with windows. Obviously, my comment is, retain, repair, show evidence of. So I know we're all going to agree on that. There was also a comment about windows on the side elevations, the ones above the stained glass windows. Do we feel that we're asking them to restudy that egress window to have more separation between the egress and the stained glass, or is it okay as it is? Yeah.
I think the way that if the windows are like that on the front I think that's the proposed side elevation detail, where the window is so close to the top of that transom. I think they definitely need to consider it. So yes.
Okay. Perfect. I lost it somewhere, but there was also, sorry, David.
You had a window all the way to the right that needed to be
On that ground level, on the right and left elevation of the church, there was a window that was a little smaller in dimension than the other windows.
Right, it's the new window, right?
Right, and that could have
Mhm.
been the original size, bricked
Mhm.
in. It could have been because there's a condition with the grade.
But they did speak to it and say that they could adjust it.
So I would like to see that window adjusted.
And I would add to that, PJ, there was a window that was missing that wasn't called out as being missing. So we just need an accurate look at what windows they're proposing to omit.
So there was one that was in the middle. So, and that was driven by, I guess, the interior. And I know that that shouldn't drive what we're doing. But I must say, what they're doing to this building is so wonderful. that
Agreed.
If we have to give up a window in order to make that work, I think we should consider, but I think we should at least note.
Exactly.
But that window was already given up in the last set of approved plans. It just wasn't represented.
Okay.
So I'll put, ensure that windows being omitted, bricked in, or detailed. And I forget, can somebody look up what elevation that was on?
Sure.
That looked like the rear elevation.
I thought it was, yeah.
Would
I'll tell you. And by the way, oh, sorry, you're talking about windows, so let's reference guidelines 4.12.
Yeah, 1, 2, and 3. Oh, 4.1.
4.12 covers all windows, yeah. And that's just one we caught. So I, just in general, let's see what we're omitting.
Next was doors on the front elevation. I mean, that's a pretty visible.
Yeah, I'm
Pretty
so-
visible.
yeah.
Pretty visible. I mean,
It's
my
the-
recommendation would be to keep that original door configuration.
I agree. And that's front doors and entrances, guidelines 4.10, yeah.
That's also a door at the left elevation.
Can we go to that left elevation? I got not lost. I just missed it.
And Chris, you just passed it, I think. One more, right there. The left, that's existing, right? Yeah. So, no, you had it. Right there, the left elevation shows that lower door, and I think Krista was asking that we use that instead of the one that was proposed, and they said yes, that would not be a problem. So that's on the left elevation, existing door, side door.
Anything else on doors?
Yeah, Krista mentioned the paneling on the doors matching the existing.
On the addition.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, how
Yeah,
about
on,
this? Let's table the addition.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, let's just hit the addition all at once.
sure. And was it just the addition or just all?
But I think,
Yeah.
yeah, I think all the doors
Yeah.
should probably
Okay.
do that is
Mhm.
match the style of the existing door.
So all doors.
And this was something that they were willing to accept.
Commissioner Hayden?
In looking at the rear elevation, existing and proposed, a significant number of the windows appear to be going to be either removed or changed in some way. And if you look at the position of the band, water table band on the existing and then go to the proposed seems to be a much deeper wall. There's more space to the ground than there is yeah. Look.
We may wanna open it up.
Maybe it's a drawing issue. They may not be exactly the same size, but I mean, you're not getting a door and and the transom and
Let's ask.
porch.
Let's
Yeah,
open
I
it
think
up.
We need to get that
We're gonna-
clarified as to how that's being dealt with, where the issue is, and the fact that there's a big chimney on there too. That's
Sure. So
chimneys.
why don't we reopen? And clock team, you heard Commissioner Hayden's comment. Will you speak to that, please?
Yeah, sure. No At lowest floor is a subterranean there for a couple feet. We are dropping the grade level down enough to basically match the bottom, the finished floor height. So we're pulling grade down a couple feet there.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner Lineberger has a statement or a question. I'm going to leave it open until we hear what she has to say. Commissioner Lineberger?
Well, I had two things. I'm glad we opened it back up. But I'll ask my question and then I want to come back to the door and window on that rear elevation, just pertaining to what I talked about with the side lights and that transom and I'm not sure if that's where we want to put that in, but I'm going to redirect for just a second to something I neglected to ask. And that's the removal of the ramp on the front.
Mhm.
And then it says the site showed a new sidewalk. I was just curious about the existing, if you're able to tell are you able to remove that ramp while also, how will you retain that historical character of the step? Like, do you know if the ramp, what that condition is? Did the ramp go in over? Is it easy to remove the ramp, you think, and still retain the historical steps, the original steps?
Yeah, sure. The ramp was definitely a retrofit.
Mhm.
And, it's our hope to pull the ramp and just repair. We wouldn't anticipate much damage just in the way that was placed atop the existing steps. But the goal would be to take it back to existing original with stone steps and the stone forecourt. And I think we're also matching up with an existing sidewalk alignment. So certainly the intention is to take it back to existing or original, I
Okay.
should say. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay. Commissioner Lineberger, do you have more questions of the applicants or can we
No.
close? Okay, so we'll close and take it away.
So I just wanted to know my comment and their willingness to align that that transom and above the door and side light and that awning to align with that existing cast stone band on the rear.
Mhm.
So I don't know if we want to add that to the window, part of the window and door piece that you're constructing there, PJ?
So
If that's a
Chris,
separate-
Chris, is your comment around having a transom or was it the metal canopy?
It's around the restudy of that area so that that band is allowed to be intact and retain its horizontal without being interrupted.
Right, so maybe it's a restudy of the metal canopy so that it's not mounted into the cast stone?
Well, they specifically talked about reducing the transom to
Okay.
bring that down.
Got it.
So I think it's just a restudy of that, just a detail of what those look like.
And that's the rear elevation, right?
Right.
Got it.
Thank you.
Okay, got it. All right, so we got windows, we got doors. Anything else with windows or doors?
No.
Again, I'll recap. All right, chimneys. So I guess the biggest question is, do you all feel like those the chimneys and the side elevations are primary architectural features or a secondary chimney?
I definitely think the one that's near the front, that's facing Grandin is important. This is a corner lot. So the other ones are pretty important too, but I think we should fight tooth and nail for the one in the front. Chimneys.
And that's on the right elevation, right?
And it relates to the age of the building
Mhm.
and what was used to heat it at the time. And so that was an important feature. Whether we have to keep all of them or not, I don't know, but at least one.
if you look at the front, I mean, it shows on, it's very definitely on the courtyard side, but if you then look on the courtyard elevation, it's well to the back.
Looking at the existing front elevation to remain,
Yeah.
the chimney appears to be,
It's on the right-hand side, no
Mhm.
question, but if you go to the existing elevation of the courtyard,
mhm.
I don't think it's that far forward. I think it's somewhat back. Yeah, it's back towards the corner. Still needs, and it's on the back,
The other one is,
in the rear elevation.
yeah.
Here again, chimneys were important feature, were necessary features at the time that the building was built. So in reflecting the age of the building, it should at least retain one. And I think the most visible one would probably be, or the larger one, or however we determine it. The other one's kind of optional, I think.
Yeah, I would like a restudy of the chimney, the omission of the chimneys, because they are, I believe, distinctive characteristics of the building. That's 4.7.
So a restudy of the
Well,
chimneys.
you know, they said they were willing to save it. I think we should just ask to keep it.
Sure.
A matter of just structurally supporting them
Mhm.
just underneath the roof.
And it adds to the charm of the building, which is one of the selling points of it.
So the only piece of it is, the piece of it is if by trying to structurally save these chimneys, they compromise the ceiling, which I think is a much more important feature of this building, then that would be the only, and I don't mean to give them a reason to tear it down.
You
but
already did.
That would be the only
Right.
mitigating circumstance.
And then they can let us know if that's the case.
I'm-
But, yeah.
I'm gonna bet that's not the case. If you look at the window patterns and that sort of thing, we're out of the sanctuary at that point.
Oh, okay. Okay, so it's not even
I
affecting
don't
that
think
area.
so.
And they seem to agree that this was something
Mhm.
they could carry out.
Okay, so we'll leave it as retain both chimneys.
Wasn't there more than two? Was there 3? Am I just the 2?
Okay.
Okay.
Next is AC units. I mean, my preference is keep the AC units out of the front. I mean, I will admit that their screening but works in brilliantly.
They agreed that they could do that.
Okay.
So that is
Yeah,
site
8.8, number 1.
Okay.
From an addition perspective, just provide more detail on the materials, the size, the trim, the window trim, a section drawing. And then a restudy of the bay windows to ensure that it's compatible with the original building.
Well, see, I think it's the rear elevation of the existing and the right elevation of the addition. Both need to be restudied because they're bringing in elements, roof line, windows, all of the materials, all of it need to kind of reflect back to the architecture of the building. You can still make a distinction between old and new.
Right.
And still use the elements, bring the elements back. And I think our guidelines call for that anyway.
I agree.
So which elevations? So
Let's
that's
get
the-
Krista Lineberger in here because she wants to add to the conversation. Krista?
Well, I took my hand down, but I mean, I agree totally. I mean, for me, that's a restudy of those bay elements and addition and that piece above. I mean, everything really that's in siding that's shown as a different material. I appreciate the different material and I understand what they were trying to do, but I just really think that it's not architecturally compatible.
All right, so
Shapes, material, and design.
But also that that's protruding from, you can see that from 4th Street.
Right.
I think that's just really an important thing to note, to make sure that the drawings are all reflect what's really happening.
So we're talking the rear elevation on both the addition and the new existing building and the right elevation on the addition. Is that correct, Krista?
Yes, and also making sure that it's shown on the 4th Street elevation
Oh, the
beyond. If it is going to protrude,
right.
if in their restudy, they still are finding a way to make that
Well, that
come
should,
forward.
yeah, and that should happen automatically when they start presenting it, right?
Right.
All right, so I just need a little help being more specific as to where. So it's on the addition.
Rear addition, rear existing building, right addition, right elevation of addition. And then the left elevation of the building will automatic, when they draw that in, they need to make sure it reflects the change or the addition, which is what Krista was talking about.
And that's on you said the left elevation of the church?
No, you don't have to put that in there. It'll automatically happen.
Okay. All right, so it's the rear addition, the right elevation on the addition, and the rear elevation of the church.
Correct.
Mhm.
Yeah, rear elevation of the addition, right elevation of the addition, and rear elevation of the church.
Correct.
And then just a general comment about the site plan, label the trees, screen the rear parking, add details under the trash screen.
What did you just say, PJ?
Then moving on from the addition,
Mm-hmm.
it was on the site plan, label the trees.
Like the ones that they're getting rid of and
Right.
what the plan is. Yeah.
Screen the rear parking and provide details on this, details on the trash screening.
Mm-hmm.
May I jump in? And
Yes.
ask a question real quickly? So my comment on that venting, plumbing venting piece that's, larger and higher above that gable.
Yeah, you could see it from the courtyard and parsonage
Yes,
side.
thank you.
Yeah.
I'm curious, I feel like I'm the only one that commented on that, but I'm curious to hear what everyone else thinks about
I
that.
completely agree with you.
Well, I didn't even notice. This is the rectangular shape above the gable on the triangular roof.
Right.
Yeah, I actually thought we were including that.
Is that included? Okay, that's what I wanted to make sure if we're including that in everything you just said. That's great.
So what, that's the side elevation of the,
It's the courtyard and parsonage side.
that's the courtyard and parsonage side on the church or the addition?
No, it's the church. It's facing the courtyard and the parsonage.
But it's the addition.
But it's the
Yeah.
addition.
Where's the slide?
Where does it show up on this?
So here it is. It's right at the peak of the gable end. See it? It looks like a chimney in this elevation.
Right, so it's in the center of the roof. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So it's really the center of the roof. It's a separate, you have to talk about it separately. It's what is it called? It's the plumbing utility.
Right, the plumbing, venting.
They called it a certain thing. I'll look it up. Yeah.
On the ridge of the addition. Huh. I missed that completely. Thank you.
It can make it to look like a chimney.
Right.
Just my 2 cents here. This is Chris. I think it's actually a kind of a clever way to disguise this. I think that element may be a little overscaled for the addition and some of the other roof elements on both the existing building and the new building. So, I might want to see that scaled down a little bit, or as somebody just mentioned, made to reflect a chimney or something. But I mean, disguising the plumbing vents is I think a good idea here.
Thanks for that, Chris.
Would you show us the right side of the addition, which shows that element, because it's there. So from the front elevation, that looks like a very minimal piece, but from the side elevation, it looks like a parapet wall. And I think Be hard to turn that into a chimney. Maybe it could be two separate chimneys. But anyway, I think it does need to be studied.
One of the
think that's
Cluck-
where everybody's going. Yeah.
I apologize. One of the Cluck team members said that it's about the same size as the parapet wall. Saying that it would be disguised that way, but it's not showing up in a two-dimensional form that way.
To better blend in, help me out with. Is there anything else I may have missed before I start the motion and go through it?
Commissioners, virtually, is there anything that we've missed? Commissioner Lineberger?
I feel like somewhere along the line, someone mentioned tree save or, some addressing the trees and the site plan. Maybe a little more detail on that.
Yeah, label trees being removed and added.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't realize you had that in there.
No worries. We kind of, that was quick, and then we immediately went to the plumbing venting.
Someone did mention, and I don't know if it's a sticking point, but the addition, I think Commissioner Barth mentioned the addition being pretty close to the historic building. Commissioner Barth, will you speak to that? I think you brought up the question.
Yeah, I think it's, I'd be curious to see how that works out in a code related issue, with fire separations and that sort of thing. Other than that, I think massing wise, they appear a little close just from my perspective. It's reading a bit like the addition is a continuation, although it is, a semi-light touch. So I'm sort of on the fence with that one. I will mention, PJ, I don't know if we had this, or I don't know if you had this in your notes, additional architectural details of the addition itself, specifically the bump out bays and other elements.
Yeah, so specifically with the bump out bays, it was restudy the bay windows and the additions, shape, material, and design, and the rear elevation of the addition, right elevation of the addition, and rear elevation of the church to be more compatible with the original building.
Gotcha. Okay. So going back to the separation of the two, I mean, I'm sort of fine with it. I mean, the language is basically a continuity of the existing. So I think it reads well, and it is a connector piece that can be removed. That was my only concern. Code related issues, or if anybody else had an issue with it being like an extension, basically, of the existing classroom wing.
Yeah.
Kim? I really think that's a cool little detail, that bridge that connects them to with the arch underneath it. And that it's just kind of a subtle detail. So I guess without that arch, I think I would agree with you, but the fact that there's a connection piece there kind of makes it a very interesting, intriguing kind of architecture. So if you're on the fence with it, I think this is really kind of cool.
I am. It looks really cool two-dimensionally, but I think when you see it in person, it could look like a big wall. But I don't know how we would address that in a motion.
Yeah, I'm also a little worried about the fact that someone could occupy, how wide is the building at that point, 40, 60 feet or something, could potentially be sort of an uncomfortable space to be in safety wise. And, I love the connector piece. I think it's a fantastic idea.
You know what? We've talked about this before with connector pieces, and I won't reference any applications. But when we've addressed it, we've talked about the rhythm of the street. And this church is, already fairly large. The addition is fairly large. And the house that's behind this is pretty small. And so if we're talking about context, the rhythm of the street would definitely be impacted by what could potentially look like a continuous wall, a big wall. And, no pressure, but we're at almost 20 till 4, and we're only on 2.
And I think we leave this alone, but I don't think it's I mean, unless it's a consensus of the commission that this close proximity is an issue, I think we should let it go, but.
Why don't we do a round robin? I have concerns about it. Commissioner Walker, you, yes or no? Commissioner Hayden?
No.
Commissioner Henningsen?
No.
Commissioner Rumsch?
No, it means, no, you
No
don't want to
concern.
close, or no concern?
No concerns.
Okay.
I do have concerns.
No
concern.
concern, no.
Okay. And, we're already almost at majority. Commissioner Barth?
I guess I'm okay with it, especially since, a similar scaled addition was proposed previously.
Okay, well, that's a majority. So why don't we move on?
All right, any other big items before I make the motion? I'd like to make a motion to continue this application with the following conditions. Windows, per guidelines 4.14, numbers 1, 2, and 3, keep existing windows, repair existing windows, and for any window, and please provide evidence on all windows that are beyond repair. Restudy the windows above the stained glass to give more separation with the egress windows and the stained glass window on the left and right elevations. On the left and right elevations, the window at ground level towards the front of the church, please change that window size to match the other historic window sizes and openings. For the windows on the rear elevation, ensure that any windows that are being bricked up or omitted are detailed in the drawings. For the metal canopies, restudy the canopies and transom size to ensure that the canopies are not mounting into the cast stone. Moving on to doors. Per guidelines 4.10, number 1 and 4, retain and repair historic doors and do not change the size. On the front elevation, keep the original door configuration. On the left elevation, the side door that's towards the back, keep that and restudy the doors, the paneling to better match and mimic what's on the front elevation of the church. Moving on, chimneys. Per guideline 4.7, number 1, retain all chimneys as they're an important architectural feature. AC units, per guideline 8.8, number 1, do not put AC units in the front elevation. For the addition, provide details on the material, the size, the trim, the window trim, and a section drawing. Per guidelines for additions 7.2, restudy the bay window additions, the shape, material, and design on the rear elevation of the addition, the right elevation of the addition, the rear elevation of the church to be compatible with the original building. These are the areas that are currently constructed with siding. In addition, restudy/redesign the plumbing screening that's on the ridge of the addition. Lastly, site plan. Please label all trees being removed or added. Please detail the screening for the rear parking and detail the screening on the trash.
Motion made by PJ, seconded by Damon. I hate to be that person, but I'm gonna be. We are looking at that small bridge without looking at it in context to what's surrounding it. If you look at it in context of what's surrounding it, it's overpowering. So I've said it, it's on record. All right. Any further discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes?
Commissioner Rumsch,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth, Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion passes 8-0. We have a consent agenda item, and we just lost Damon, and I feel the same way. I need to beeline to the ladies' room. But before we go, could we at least get this one done? It's almost 4 o'clock, you guys. All right. So let the record show that Commissioner Hayden has recused from this one, or is sitting this one out. Sorry, Commissioner Rumsch. Commissioner Hayden is here. All right. So we're looking at 2020 Charlotte Drive.
Right. So this is for a rear addition at 2020 Charlotte Drive. I will go ahead and just hand it over to the applicant. Paul, are you here?
I sure am. Yes, thank you.
And have you been sworn in?
Yes, I have.
Great. And if you could just state your name and your address for the tape record, and then I'll let you go ahead and talk through your project.
Paul Garafola at 2020 Charlotte Drive, 28203.
All right, and just let me know where you want to start. I'm on the written description of the work right now.
Yeah, sure. I think
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Excuse me.
I'm sorry. You are correct.
Yeah, we don't have to testify or, yeah, we just need a vote on this. If
You're correct.
it needs to go to the agenda, then it will.
I apologize. I was getting ahead of myself.
Oh, let the record show that Commissioner Rumsch is back. You're back in time. All right.
All right, so this one is recommended by staff for approval with permit-ready drawings to be submitted to staff. Again, this is a consent agenda item, which I neglected to mention, that if anyone is signed up to speak, or if any commissioners believe that this should not be a consent agenda item, can be removed. If you'd like it to remain on the consent agenda item, it's basically just a yes or no vote. And we have no speakers.
Okay, we have no speakers. Commissioners, do we have anyone who feels like this should not remain on the consent agenda list? Okay. Do we have a motion?
Yes.
All right, Commissioner Bonaparte.
So I move to approve the application based on the project not being incongruous with the district, and that it meets guidelines for additions, page 7.2. And also that permit-ready construction drawings be submitted to staff for final review.
Okay, perfect. Do we have a second for Commissioner? Seconded by Commissioner Hayden. Any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Rumsch,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion passes 8-0. Now, Cindy, mind if we have a 10-minute bathroom break?
Yes, thanks, Paul. I apologize for the error in the process of this one. Yes, we'll go ahead and take a 10-minute break.
Okay, yeah. Yep. All right. Welcome back to the Historic District Commission meeting. We are now on agenda item 4, 536 East Tremont.
All right, so the next case up is 536 East Tremont. This is for a construction of a detached accessory structure in the rear yard. I'm just going to go ahead and hand it over to the applicant. Brad, are you there? Brad, you there?
Can you hear me?
Yep, there we go.
Thank
Have you been sworn? Have you been sworn in?
No, ma'am.
Okay, let's go ahead and handle that.
All right. If you'll raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, and Brad, if you can just state your name and your address for the tape record, and then I'll go ahead and let you start.
Brad Lassiter at 2000 Donald Ross Road, 28208.
All right, and you can feel free to go ahead and present. I'll pull the PowerPoint back up for you.
Okay. So I appreciate everyone and their time today on this hot, humid afternoon. Hope everyone's doing well. The construction project that we're proposing is a carport in the rear of the property. Can you go back for one instance before we get too far ahead? So the L shape, you see the structure at the front is the home. And we've had a designer do a bunch of digital renderings of the actual carport. So to go ahead and relay, I put some of these drawings beside the house just for conformity, the materials used, how it's going to look compared to the house. Some of the pictures depict it being beside the home. That's actually going to be at the leg of that L in this red drawing. It's going to be at the rear of the property. Okay, we can go to the next slide. Oops. So we're trying to construct a just an open vented, no heating, no AC, none of that carport for vehicles. And like I said, and see the home on the right hand side on the left picture. That's not where it's going to be. It's just showing you that we're going to mimic what the materials as well as shingles, paint, colors, everything is going to match the home itself. But it's going to be in the rear of the property. There is a stream running at the rear of the property that they have a bridge to cross over. There's an existing concrete pad that we will hopefully build the structure over top of the existing concrete pad, which is actually their driveway. The pictures basically are showing the structure itself in regards to how it's going to be constructed. When, post and beam construction, siding to match the existing building, shingles to match the existing building, and driving basically into a carport. And go, yeah. Again, this is just another I had several renderings just to kind of give you different visual of how it's going to look when it was, depicted beside the building, matching the structure, the integrity, the aesthetics of what the actual home looks like. In this one, we're showing a 3-car garage, which is what the homeowner is requesting. Just a larger size structure, 32 by 22 feet. And go to the next one. Obviously, being at the front of the house, this is not where it's located. Again, just showing you kind of the aesthetics of how it's going to look when it's at the rear of the property. Nothing more than just, it's just a little bit bigger garage or carport. Picture on the left's a little blurry, but the one on the right, as you can see again, we're doing post beam construction. It will be the same as the rear of the home, and the white vinyl construction posters, and then we will have white gutters on left and right of the carport. The gable ends, front and rear, will be matching siding to the building itself, and then underneath it will be open vented trusses. So on this one, the left and right pictures, I see that they are basically what it would be constructed at the rear of the property, because it's going to be a standalone unit. And I think, Cindy, do you have the previous presentation to show where this exactly would be constructed? That's perfect. So the start, oh, that'll work too. Either one. Thank you. So the home, if you look at the star down to the left, is actually the home currently. And then where the star is located, you can see there's a concrete pad in the rear of the property. We can go to the next picture and then get a little better visual of it. So the diagonal lines and then the crosshatch brickwork is going to a rear entrance driveway. The proposed carport showing on this page 32 by 22. The variance was basically for the zoning setbacks from the property lines, which was approved, saying that there's an existing concrete pad that we're just trying to put a carport over. Again, this was going back to the variance request. There is a large tree that was impacting movement of this carport, which we wanted to preserve. And in doing so, they allowed for the variance to shift it over the concrete pad versus moving it towards where easily probably 100-year-old tree is. Okay, this is a great example. Most of the pictures you saw previously were showing you the carport that was matching the house in the middle of the screen. The truck and SUV on the left is where that carport would be constructed, from left to right, covering over those two parking spots over the concrete pad. Left to right, trying to impede the elderly tree on the left and then that elderly tree on the right in the middle of the screen. These are the construction drawings for how carport is to be built. And it's going to be post and beam, opened. Again, there's no livable space. It's not going to have anything that would be quote unquote heated space, merely just a carport. This is your roof construction, truss construction drawings, all of which will be manufactured to specs, and at that time will be covered up to mimic the building construction with flashing metalwork and everything included to make it look just like the home.
Okay. Thank you, Brad.
Thank you, ma'am.
Cindy, do we have anyone on the line to speak for or against this application? Okay. Commissioners, questions of Brad?
Yeah, hi, Brad. I had a couple of questions. The variance that you mentioned for the side yard setback, I think it allows you to go from the minimum of 3 feet to reduce that by 1.5 feet, another 1.5 feet, I believe.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so would that then mean that the garage would be that much closer to the house that's on, is that Victorian Place? There, back there?
I believe so. You're correct. It's not to be closer. The actual roof line is what I explained to the variance request, that the roof line would extend to just be basically 18 inches from the property line.
Yeah, so I think what I remember being concerned about was the impact of that structure on it, on the adjacent house. And it's still hard to understand what that would be. Another question I had was, you mentioned a two-car option, and I didn't see where the dimensions for that were shown. You gave us the three-car as 32 by 22, but what would the two-car dimension be?
The two car, I would do it 22 by 22. And I had some pictures. That would be yes, ma'am, option one.
Okay, and then my other question would be, I have lived in Dilworth for, I don't know, probably more years than you're alive, but I can't remember seeing a carport like this. Is there one around that I'm not aware of?
I would honestly have to do some research on this, being that it's a rear, entrance property. And there is a stream behind the property, which this property has a bridge over it to get to their parking. I would need to research that for you. But as far as the structure wise, I have seen, I can do some research, but I have seen a carport out there before.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Commissioner Walker. Commissioner Henningsen?
And just kind of, and to just kind of add on to that, I mean, we asked for three things in the continuation. One was show the structure and context to its surroundings. It's also context to the historic district, right? So what Commissioner Walker is asking for is show us some historic examples where a carport, where there's a detached carport. So we need some examples there.
Okay.
We also asked for more information, details, size, measurements, materials. There's none of that in this application, in the June application. And we asked to revisit the three-car nature of the structure and a two-car carport. So I guess what I'm saying is I'm not feeling that you've really addressed what we asked you to address.
From the notes on the previous meeting was to show examples of a 2 and 3 car garage option.
What about showing context, adding dimensions, materials, details? That was on there too.
Those are on that previous presentation.
Okay, well, the previous presentation is the March presentation, and I'm looking at the June application. And there's no details, materials, anything like that on either the 2 or the 3. So, I don't know. Again, please take this away. Please find some historic examples of how a X-car carport fits into the historic context of Dilworth. And then when you come back with those examples or that design, please make sure that you've got materials detailed, dimensions, size, stuff like that.
So you're requesting, just when I say that it's vinyl siding, give you an example of vinyl siding?
Well, vinyl siding is not historic, right? I'm really asking for the same thing we asked for last time.
Okay.
But I just want to make sure you understand what we're asking.
Okay.
So when we say historic context, find me some 60, 70, 80-year-old plus examples of where carports existed in the immediate context of this house in Dilworth.
Yes,
so 360 degrees, what are we saying? 100 feet, 150 feet, 300 feet?
Okay, Brad?
Yes. I
Okay.
was just taking notes, sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay. I actually think, PJ, that you've started with a motion and we don't have what we need. So I don't think that there's a need to continue having a conversation about this. So barring any other comments that commissioners want to make, I think we should close for deliberation. All right. So why don't we close? PJ?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to continue this application.
Continue or deny?
Deny it because it doesn't address any of the things we asked for.
We have said that we're getting backed up because we ask for things and we don't get them. So I think we need to do what we said we were going to do. Please, Damon. Okay.
This is essentially a front yardscape for some of the houses around it. So I think part of the success of this, when he does bring it back with a different design, that the screening of how it's been kept from being right there in front of you on a front street is an important piece of it. So I think screening is going to be as important as the design. So that's done.
Okay, so that might be something to include in a motion, should you continue it.
Okay, so so point taken, I'll make a motion to deny this application because the applicant hasn't provided any examples on how a carport fits into the Dilworth Historic District.
There were some other points you brought up to him too. Do you want to add
And-
those? Well, just all the points that we talked about last time.
And the application is incomplete without details on materials, size, dimensions, etc.
Do we have a second on that? Seconded by Commissioner Walker, motion made by Commissioner Henningsen. Any discussion of the motion?
I have something to add.
I'm so sorry, is that
This is
the
Chris.
applicant?
No, this is
It's
Chris.
Chris, okay. Chris, please.
I would mention in when the applicant, or if the applicant comes back with additional materials and details, that they be referenced to historic examples in the neighborhood with regard to our guidelines.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Barth.
Friendly amendment accepted.
Commissioner Lineberger?
I just really had a comment for the applicant, or a reminder really, for anyone that's on the line. Our staff is incredible at really helping people through this process and answering questions and giving more clarity. So never should anyone hesitate to ask and reach out to them.
Thank you, Commissioner Lineberger. Thank you, thank you. All right, so let's vote on it. Commissioner Hayden? Okay.
We do need you guys to reference the continued motion in your denial as reasons for why you're denying, like even if you have to read them out, the part that was in red in the memo.
Sure, yeah.
Okay, so you want me to reference that?
Yes, because that was not met, and that's what you're saying is
Right,
that's why
so-
this is.
So I'd like to make a motion to deny this application because the following items that the original March application was continued for were not met.
Are you-
One, the applicant did not show examples or details of how the carport fits into the context of the historic Dilworth neighborhood. Two, did not provide accurate and detailed drawings that show all elevations and materials of the finished product, including dimensions.
Thank you, Commissioner Henningsen.
And do we want to reference accessory buildings, page 8.9, number 3 at all?
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner Bonaparte.
Per guideline.
Again, Commissioner Bonaparte, will you say it again?
Guideline accessory buildings, page 8.9, number 3.
per guidelines for accessory buildings, 8.9, number 3.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you, Commissioner Bonaparte.
Yes.
Seconded by Commissioner Walker. All right, any discussion of the motion? Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Romsch,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes, motion passes 8-0. All right, Brad, reach out to staff. Thank you. All right, moving on to application 5, 224 Grandin Road.
All right, the next application is for 224 Grandin Road. This is for, you approved originally the addition back at your previous meeting in April, and now you're looking at the accessory building and the retaining wall. Let me see if the applicants are there. Jim, Jeff, and Joyce, are you guys there?
We are.
We are. Great, and have you all been sworn in?
Joyce and Jim have.
I have not. I'm having trouble.
Sorry, here I am. Jeff, if you'll raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
All right, and if you could just state your names and your tape and your addresses for the tape record, then we'll go ahead and get started.
We're Jim and Joyce Smith at 224 Grandin Road in Charlotte, North Carolina.
I'm Jeff Haskell, 2341 Laburnum Avenue, Charlotte, North Carolina.
All right, just let me know where you want to start.
Yeah, let's go ahead. A couple of slides. I got my own page numbers because I didn't know where the page numbers would be. Let's go ahead to J2 was just our understanding, and the red lines up above are consistent. So let's go to J3, next page. And this process is really helpful, this kind of group design or design thinking. So what, using our words, not your words, what you guys told us was that the garage was not a secondary structure. It was just too dang big. And get it down. You hated the elevation facing the house. That extra garage door didn't make a lot of sense. The 4th Street extension side had a big blank wall that wasn't appealing. And there was a lot going on with the roof. So we went back, we looked at it, and you're right. We were able to do some significant changes to address the form and mass. And we weren't able to address height. So let's talk a little bit about it. We downsized, went from a 33 by 26 to a 23 by 24. Significant reduction in size. We had some discussion about the setback on 4th Street extension, which kind of a surprise for us, but it makes sense in the context of being a corner lot. And we were able to do that. We matched the setback of our neighbor's house at 24.9, and then balance that blank wall on 4th Street extension we have. We also heard that, height and mass and form was an issue. We're able to address mass, form, complexity, but we weren't able to address height to any great extent, try as we might. So bad news is, good news, we're still smaller. We're shorter than the house by 2 inches, and then the lot does slope down, so we're somewhat more than 2 inches. But it's not 6 inches or a foot or some significant amount that we heard you ask for. So it's not that we didn't listen, we just couldn't find a way to do it. But we'll look at the elevations and see that the massing, I think, really helps. And then for materials, The massing changes also helps too, because we have a lot less of the clapboard. So the doors, windows, brick match, same as house. We're going to have beveled wood clapboard siding on the dormers and significantly less of it. So next page, please. And next, please, again, there's the topology. And here is, we tried to put these together so we could easily see, you know, what we did before and now without paging around. And you can see it's significantly smaller. If we look in the lower half, we see the new garage, the 23 by 24 garage. And then you also see a rectangle, which is an existing concrete pad. That wasn't really well defined before. That was an old garage. There's a foundation of some type. And, you know, we're just not going to mess with it except for when a new structure comes in. Also, the tree location wasn't well placed on the April submission. We since had survey stakes found and detailed measurements made. That tree on the left-hand side moves in a little bit. The other tree was well located. So those are the differences in site plans. Next page, please. Here is the garage itself. We can see better balance. We went from 2 garage doors, which would have been preferable, to a single. We will meet the guideline to try and make that door appear to be 2. The front is better balanced with French doors and front windows on either side. And we'll see why that makes good sense. And then making that structure smaller, put the stairway to the upstairs loft space on the outside, and that changes the elevation facing the house, which it eliminates the garage door that wasn't well received anyway. Next page, please. Here are our new elevations. So lower left, this is the 4th Street extension side, so significantly less complex. We changed the ridge. We turned it 90 degrees, and it is now consistent with the ridge of the main house. And then this gable pokes out at us. This gable is not inconsistent with our neighbor to the left. We'll see that in a couple pages ahead. Up above it is the elevation facing neighbor, and we see that's, you know, pretty much the same with the stairway on the other side, a window instead of doors. Better balance, less complexity. Top right is the elevation facing the alley. And again, we see that simplification, the 2 gables popping out. We get much less clapboard, wooden clapboard, much more brick and the single window there. And then the lower right is the elevation facing the house. Gone is that pass-through garage door. And what shows up is the exterior stairs. Next page, please. So here are some elevations that kind of show us, you know, elevation by elevation, how it compares. And this is probably the most important one. This is the one facing 4th Street extension. And, you know, that balancing is much more in sync, and also the massing. We can see less complexity with the gables and dormers, very much simplified. Next page, please. Same with the alley facing. It's a significant reduction in mass. Back one for the alley. Back one again. Oops. There we go. So, you know, here we see significant, you know, massing reduction, 2 doors down to 1. That gable is a whole lot better from a secondary structure point of view. And it's centered to the left. The 2 drawings balanced to the left, because that's where we kind of see that we're honoring that setback for the neighbor. To the right is 4th Street extension, and you know we've come right back. So let's go ahead. These next 2 pages are not as interesting. So there we go, the neighbor side, which is, we see the simplicity in the gables. And then next slide, please. Oops, we missed the one facing the house, but it doesn't matter. This is there it is, the one facing the house. The commission didn't like this at all for any number of reasons, and we agree. So this is much more simplified. So let's go ahead a couple to the streetscapes. There we are, the existing, this is the 4th Street side. Again, we're a corner lot, so we have multiple multiple streets. And we can see without any structure, we can see the April submission with that larger structure, and then now the streetscape below shows the significantly reduced and moved closer to the house submission. And then that gable is not dissimilar. We'll see it in another slide ahead with the gable that is on the 1516 West 4th Street. So kind of a nod to that architecture. And then our question was, you know, does moving that stairway outside cause any problems? We don't know. We couldn't find anything in the guidelines, but we walked around the neighborhood and found some examples of outside staircases. So there is perhaps precedent. And I think that takes us to the end of the garage. So let's walk through the retaining wall real quick, and then we'll discuss both of these. We got our structural engineer, Bill Botten, is a North Carolina licensed highway general contractor. He builds highways and roads and bridges, and we are lucky to get him to help us with this retaining wall. And what we took back from our conversation last time was that, you know, do we really need a 48-inch retaining wall? You'd rather see a 30-inch, and then, you know, you weren't too happy with that fence on top. You know, let's restudy it. Let's examine it further. So talking it over with Bill, you know, we said, can we do a 30-inch? And he said, well, you can, but that's still going to give us a significant slope. So paragraph 2 talks about in Wesley Heights, 4th Street extension. I wish it was still Westbrook Drive and before that 3rd Street, before we moved to Tuckasegee to connect and make it a thoroughfare. But it's busy and we're having a lot of traffic. We just had a car and bus accident there. So Bill says, against this road, you really don't want a slope, and a 30-inch retaining wall would give you a slope. Balls and children are both going to roll down and be a problem. So his recommendation, keep it at 48 inches. So we said, okay, but you know, there was some pushback on having the fence as part of the wall. Can we put the fence on the other side? And again, Bill said, structurally, you know, you could, but it's an issue. That's all going to be fill, and you know, getting a fence well grounded in that fill is going to present challenges. He liked the idea of the fence still being in that wall, so we have. I know these aren't called out in you know, the continuance. Really, the continuance was about the cross section, which we'll see next. But there's some background on why we haven't gone lower and why the fence is still there. So let's go to the next slide and get ready for the cut through. This is a picture of our lot. We're back by the tree that we have a protection on. We'll talk about that in a second. This looks forward. We're about 18 inches in, so we're looking straight to the east, and where we're going to put this retaining wall. Let's go to the next slide, which is very busy. This shows what the retaining wall is, and let me talk through it a little bit. So this is a cross section, and that wall sits on a 2 foot by 2 foot footer that is in the ground. It's rebar. It goes up through cement block, which is rebarred and cemented, and then backfilled with you know, a drain system, and then topsoiled. So the going to the thermal wall of the house from the road, that is now all level. There's an existing fence, 36-inch fence, picket fence, closer to the house. Then that moves to the right to become part of the wall. And then there's a brick face on the front of that concrete work for the retaining wall, and an 18-inch space as recommended last time we talked. And that shows, what happens. What doesn't show is as we come back towards us, towards this tree, as part of Davy Tree, we have Alan Jacab is our arborist. And for this tree, we want 17 feet of undisturbed soil for the root system. This wall comes back within 20 feet. We'll see that again shortly. And then loops in. So the next couple of pictures will show us that. This inset picture kind of reflects, what we're envisioning without the columns. Let's go one more slide ahead. And so on the bottom is what we're proposing, a 48-inch wall as before. That fence comes forward and is part of the wall. Those columns are 3 foot and 4 foot, so 7 foot. And there is on the right lower is the, kind of cut through of what the left side of that wall. I know last time it was, it's a retaining wall. What's on the other side? It's, a retaining wall in the true sense. We're putting drainage and backfill and bringing the height of the ground behind it up to the bottom or top of the wall, bottom of the fence. And then that fence keeps kids from tumbling into 4th Street. And then those 3 pictures at the top part, this is a new wall at 424 Grandin, HTC approved. Similar, and we used as an inspiration for our wall. Let's go one slide ahead. And this is a composite of what we think it looks like in place. So there's the new garage. We are 20 feet from that tree to the left, quite a good sized canopy tree. And then it's hard to see in this picture, but that kind of curves around slope and disappears. There's no steps or access up through. We come in from the back alley. And then there's probably one more picture. Okay, and this is a comparison of what we showed in April and in June, so it's very much similar, but more detail, a redraw of what we're proposing. And I think, unless Jeff, you have anything to add, I think that takes us through our changes between April and June.
Yeah, and I really don't. That was really good, Jim.
Thanks, Jim. Christy, Cindy, do we have anyone on the line? Question for you. 424 Grandin, they were ordered to stop work on the retaining wall. Has something happened since then?
So
I think you're thinking of Summit. There was a stop order on Summit.
No, Jim, I'm not thinking of Summit. I'm thinking of 424 Grandin. Wasn't there a stop order put on that?
I believe so, because it was it started to be a tiered wall.
Right.
There was a staff approved wall. Candace actually specifically worked on that. She might be better.
And I spoke, Christy and I talked at length about it. So this, Jim, first of all, let me congratulate you and Joyce on the work that you all have done, because you've done a lot of work on this. So thank you. The wall, unfortunately, that you're using as precedent for your wall is not supposed to be there.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and I don't recall seeing a wall, essentially 7-foot wall.
Because
I'm sorry.
when we went and talked to 424 and we said, hey, there was a stop work order, and he said no, and he showed us the paperwork, and it was stamped in the COA and approved. And there was a stepped wall at 424 Summit, which was stopped and then rebuilt, and they didn't put any space in And, there's, we're, in the same block, on the same corners of Lydecker and Summit and Grandin are 2 retaining walls that just went in. One's a problem, and the other we thought there, and it was staff approved.
Sure,
I think it was standard.
and just so that you know, I live on Grandin, and we've had conversations about 424 Grandin. And I think that you all included Grandin's wall in your last presentation, correct?
No, this wall was from Lowe's in South.
No, I'm sorry. As precedent for your retaining wall, this retaining wall that you're proposing, that you did, and correct me if I'm wrong, but
We certainly mentioned it. I don't know that we had pictures at the time.
right. And Christy said at that moment that they were supposed to, there was a work order that was put on that one. So it's definitely 424 Grandin. So I think that's something that staff needs to look into. But that's neither here nor there. Do you have another example of a wall of your size? I mean, it looks wonderful, but however, our charge is to make sure that it fits within the context of the neighborhood. So do you have another example outside of 424 Grandin?
We have a similar wall over at Grandin Heights, which is, I believe, it's the other side of the church. That's just outside the historic district, right?
Right. So it wouldn't speak to.
Right, wouldn't qualify.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
We walked through and we do have pictures of every retaining wall in Grandin, and we do have similar heights, not 7 foot. We have up to 54 inches is the tallest one, and
Sure.
None with this fence pillar construct.
Okay. Well, Cindy, if you get clarification on that, I mean, that would be really, really helpful. Commissioners, questions of the applicant?
Yeah,
508 at 56 inches.
Okay. So Commissioner Walker.
Yeah, hi, thanks.
508 Grandin.
Great job with all the revisions and listening and everything. Just 2 questions. One is, if you go to page J9, I'm not sure what slide number that is, Cindy. J9. Yeah, there. The revised building that you had there, I know that you did show, I think it was at least one example of an exterior staircase where the stairs ran towards the front of the building as you have in this picture. But since those stairs leap out in front of the front wall of the structure, is it possible for you to consider having the stairs go to the back of the building? And I'm not sure that that's having the stairs sit proud of the building itself is an acceptable look.
Does it help that now that building is 25 feet setback? So if this were within, the 6 foot right away, I might agree, but now that we're 25 feet back, does that help?
Yeah, I guess my question would be would you consider having the stairs go to the back instead of the front?
So if the stairs go to the right instead of to the left, we're now going to be, within 3 feet of the property line by going to the right. By going to the left, we're 25 feet from the property line. So I think it would be more problematic to do that, right?
Okay. My only other question was the columns on your brick wall appear to me to just be a little bit beefy. Could they be sized down any?
Yeah, they could be flush and go straight up. So they don't have to be quite as large as they are. I thought it was better balanced that way, but yeah, we're certainly open to reducing the mass of those columns.
That's all. Thank you.
Okay, other questions, commissioners? Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes, thank you. Y'all really did an awesome job of listening, and it's a great example of going through this process and coming back to us with responding to some of the comments. So we appreciate that. To Commissioner Walker's comment about the stair, I know that the garage is a lot closer to the house now, but another option, I guess, and this might be a question for you, Jeff, have you studied any reconfigurations of the stairs so that it would not be proud of that elevation? Yeah, where you have maybe a landing or some
We
other
could put a
configuration.
landing that was, right even with the front, and then bring those stairs forward, 3-4 steps, right? That makes sense,
Yeah, I mean, the trouble is we're so close to the house, doing any turns would be problematic. I did notice that we were 2 treads past the front of the garage, but thought that because that's such a small amount, that wouldn't be a big deal. I'm not sure how else to do it, honestly.
It was just a thought.
All right,
And then
here's a brainstorm, not that you guys are, I know you're not trying to design this for us, but what if we expand that structure 2 feet so it's even? That's going to make us, instead of being 24'5" back, 22'5" back, and the other house being 70 feet away, it would look similar to the setback, and it does. Our setback isn't 25 feet. Does that help? We make it 2 feet wider.
Possibly.
What does that do? What does that do to your proximity to the tree?
We're still good. We're like close to 20 feet from that tree, and we need to be 17.
Commissioner Henningsen?
All right, a handful of questions and comments. So on this elevation, I wonder if having the stairs on this elevation, on the house facing elevation, is even the right solution based on the fact that it's a corner unit, and still, even though it's tucked up closer to the house, it's still pretty visible, right? And there's fenestration implications there on the first floor. It's just, I don't know. Mr. Smith, just something that I was thinking about when I was reading through your applications. I don't know if the other commissioners share in that opinion. We'll find out when we close for deliberation, but just something that I thought of when I saw it. Could we also go to the street elevation? I don't know what slide that is.
Oh.
J8.
Is it 188, this one?
Yes, this
That
one.
one.
Again, something that I was just thinking about. I don't know if the other commissioners share my opinion, but when I look at this elevation facing the street, it also reads like a house. And knowing that this is an accessory dwelling unit, or I'm sorry, a garage, a secondary structure, do we want it to read from the street, read more like a secondary structure and not like a house? Again, just my opinion, something I had thought of, I had noticed when I was reviewing your application. Also, one of the items we had asked for was a setback study so that we could see the relationship of the garage to the neighbor, right? Just to ensure that this garage didn't look like it was proud or in front of the house to the left on 4th Street. Were you all able to pull that together?
What we did was measure measure their setback. It's 24 foot 5 inches, so we matched it. We're dead even with the house.
Okay.
And if we look at the topology map, that'll kind of give us a way to see that.
Okay.
Can we go up a couple?
So that measurement is somewhere in the application? Apologies, I probably
Yes,
missed it.
yes. Can we go, up a couple
Page
slides?
179, we verbally stated.
No, where's the topo? Page 180. So, there's this, the setbacks. We can see that the lots turn. That front, we haven't drawn the garage here, but that house is 24 foot 5 inches from their property line. So is our garage.
Okay. All right. So of course my ask would be, let's make sure we get the site topology or the site plan or something documented and updated so that we show that neighboring house, the setback measurement, and then the setback measurement for the garage from 4th Street.
So slide 181
Let's go to 181.
shows us
So
that we are 24 foot 9 inches back.
So where does this show the neighboring house though?
It doesn't, because I didn't think it was mine to do, right? But we can update this, absolutely.
No, sure. No, that was just trying to find some type of side-by-side comparison just to show, the setback from the neighboring house was X and the setback of the garage was Y, and they were the same. Okay, thank you. Another comment with obviously, you all know from the guidelines that the garage needs to be secondary. Still a little concerned about height, the height only being 2 inches lower than the main house. When you say the height is only 2 inches lower than the main house, obviously there's some slight topology changing there. Are you using some of the grade to make the actual height of the garage be lower than the main house? I don't know.
From staff comments on the original application and then included on page 179 is that the lot slopes down from front to rear. So the garage will sit slightly lower than the 2-inch differential. That's a staff comment. And I wanted to put in what that slope was, but not being a surveyor, I thought it would be misleading to say exactly how much that was.
No, I appreciate it. I just would like to better understand what slightly is. Is it 2 inches? Is it 4 inches? Does it make it really a foot separation? I think we even had somebody in Wesley Heights that dug out their garage, dug out the site so that the garage could sink lower into the ground, and they drove down into the garage. I mean, it was that important.
Right.
Just dug it out. So
we can't do that because of the concrete pad and this tree that's grown into the foundation. We would lose a tree to do that.
Yep. No, understood. Again, trying to understand what slightly really translates to, because two inches isn't enough. It isn't enough separation in height.
Gotcha.
Before I transition to Walt, 2 comments. Love your application because you guys did an amazing job at comparing what you previously submitted and what your changes and you currently proposed. Love that. Thank you. Also, I loved how you said good news and bad news, because we all know you addressed it. We all know with all good news, there is some bad news. So again, I really appreciate those 2 items. Going on to the wall, you had mentioned that the wall curves and kind of disappears into the grade, where the wall kind of terminates near the garage. Is there going to be a metal fence component with that as well? I'm just trying to understand what that looks like.
And one more, I think. There we go. So that metal is turning on top of that fence. We don't show it from a top view, but so the fence stays the same. There's a pillar in that corner which isn't you know, my Photoshop skills are only so good. But we envision there, you know, being a column at the end that fence would terminate into.
Got it. And then there's a fence component that goes towards the garage?
There is not.
Okay.
It stops, you know, about 5 feet in where that, you know, when we finally reach the height of the existing lot.
Mhm. And it curves in the front as well.
So when you start going perpendicular from the 4th Street extension towards the garage, you're going to have a brick wall that kind of curves into the slope, and it's going to be at grade, but there's not going to be any metal fence component.
So the fence sits atop the wall until the wall stops.
Understood. Okay, got it. You're going to have metal fence on top of the brick wall that goes into the hill that's perpendicular to the street.
Right. So if we go to slide 193. In the top left is kind of a turning in the middle top. That wall turns and there's a pillar that envision that pillar a little taller and the fence dives into it.
Got it.
That's what happens at the garage.
And it'll be the same in the front.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Henningsen. Any other questions of the applicants? All right, let's close for deliberation. Who would like to start?
Could I make one last comment?
Okay, we will reopen. Yes.
Sorry about that. I was muted and thought I
Jeff?
was on. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Jeff.
Sorry, I was muted when I tried to mention that a little bit earlier. In respect to the height of the structure, you know, we'd love to be a foot lower. Unfortunately, you know, we're really pressed here. We're dealing with, right now, we've got 8-foot ceiling in the garage. We've minimized the floor structure to something, you know, probably 10 inches, possibly less, which will be a challenge for the engineer. Upstairs, you know, our dormer rafters are bearing at 7 feet. We are going to vault the ceilings to get as much space as we can, but we're really dealing with a very restricted amount of space up there to get something usable. We just don't have, I don't see how we give a foot up and make it still livable up there or usable up there. So I just wanted to kind of interject that.
Thanks for sharing that with us, Jeff. That's helpful. Okay, so we will reclose. Great job, I think, by the applicants in working towards where we want them to be. I have a real challenge with this retaining wall. Do we have any updates on 424 Grandin?
We do. It wasn't originally a staff review COA. The stop work order was issued because there was not only the retaining wall, the sidewalk, but one going a second tier going up farther above the grade. That's what the SW or the stop work order was handling. It is, I believe, since been removed, and essentially what's there is potentially complying with the staff review COA. We'll have to double check the height to see if it's a true retaining wall, but what was approved appears to be what was built.
Okay, so then that's helpful. The one at 424 Grandin is not 7 feet.
It was approved to be 4, but again, staff hasn't done a final on it, so. And it's supposed to, the staff review walls are supposed to be true retaining walls.
So, you know, the challenge here, and I know what that area is like. You know, we're walking it, we're driving it, and it is a safety hazard. So I see the function of this retaining wall fence combo. The challenge is that it's the only one in the neighborhood. It would be the only one. Damon?
I mean, the reason we're here is for situations that the guidelines don't specifically say, so that we can kind of adjust to what is on the ground. So I think I'm not that familiar with the road but I think if it's a safety issue for their yard, I think that may be a consideration for our commission. I mean, that's why we're here rather than just turning to the book. I also like to say that I think that this does look like a little house in the back of the house, and it would really be, I was just looking over the different pieces of it, and if the front dormer was not a dormer and the back dormer was maybe a shed dormer, which gave them a little height, and those doors went away on the front, it may make it look like a garage again, take height off the street and put the height toward the back where you can't see it. So there may be, and I'm only saying that not to design it, but to say that there may be some options to still gain some height in the attic and not have it look like a house in the front, facing the street.
Do you remember it was an American Small House in Wilmore on a corner, and they added a garage, and they had like 2 ways to get in. And it even had a little porch, a little portico. And a few of us said, "Oh, this looks like a little house," but we approved that. So that's what this reminds me of. It doesn't have a porch, but I mean, that had a porch. And so we did charge them with adding more pedestrian interest to that particular side of the elevation. So I can only imagine how frustrating it might be right now to be hearing these comments. I do have a challenge with the stairs. But they also provided pictures of houses throughout Wesley Heights where you can see the stairs. It's its own architectural feature for some of these houses. So really my hang up primarily has been with the retaining wall being a total of 7 feet with the fence. And I hear you, Damon. We've had this conversation, and I'm so glad that we're having it on your last day here. It's just, it kind of goes to other points that we've made about, people can say, "Oh, there's so much lead in my windows," or this is the reason why I should have an exception. But there are a number of houses along that corridor that don't have it. I'm with Damon. I think if there's something that they can do, then, but Jeff has said that he's kind of, well, I don't know if he said he's exhausted all possibilities. It's 2 inches shorter. It's not going to look like, 2 inches shorter is negligible when you're looking at these houses. Why don't we bring in Commissioner Barth and then Commissioner Lineberger. Commissioner Barth.
So 2 parts, the wall, the retaining wall and fence. I think they've done an outstanding job. One, proving hardship. I've driven along that road and seen the people that drive along that road, and they drive incredibly fast. So, assuming that, grandchildren or children are going to be playing out here, I'd see this as definitely a safety feature. If they were going to build a fence here, we would approve something that's 6 feet tall. I wish the retaining wall could be a foot lower, and then the fence is 3 feet above that, making it 6 feet, which would align more with our standards. But I'm not going to, I wouldn't necessarily get heartbroken over a foot in this instance. And they've been fairly delicate about how they've, interacted with the site, with the wall, and taken account for the tree. So I'm fine with the retaining wall and fence as shown. And then similarly, the fact that other people haven't done this yet along that corridor, I think it's fine. They just, may not have gotten to it or don't have the means to do it. So, I think this is a good application for that particular section in this instance. I wouldn't necessarily do this on Grandin Road, but here it works. Going to the garage, I think the garage is fine, is drawn to. I don't particularly like the exterior wooden stairs, but I think they've provided enough evidence to show that it's, you know, done in the neighborhood and you know, can be part of the history and story of how they use that accessory building.
Thanks, Commissioner Barth. That's very helpful. Commissioner Lineberger.
Yeah, I agree with what Commissioner Barth just said, but I'm wondering if there's a way to still have a happy medium with this retaining wall and the fence and honor the 6-foot height. You know, either it's maybe taken 6 inches off of each. I know that's moving into designing. It takes 6 inches off the wall, 6 inches off the fence. That might be easier said than done, but also I'm a little bit confused still about the end details, both the end point towards the garage and towards the front of the house. I feel like that's a little bit ambiguous on the site plan. On the site plan, it just ends at that final pier. The fence portion ends, and I just think we need maybe a little more detail of what those finishes look like, whether it's an elevation at the front of the house that shows it a little better. Those are just comments on that. But I really want to speak to the comments about that elevation of the garage on the 4th Street side. And I don't know if you can pull up that slide that shows the streetscape where they have the drawings superimposed on that streetscape. So it shows the house next door. Yes, thank you. My recollection of our conversation last time was, I feel like they've done exactly what our conversation asked them to do. We had a lot of conversation about that being the only house on the block. As you see in this elevation, it's really clear. And that garage specifically should relate to that house. And I feel like they've met the setback. I realize they're not showing it on the site plan, and that's fair. But when I was reviewing this, I was thrilled because I was like, wow, they did exactly what we asked them to do. So I don't have a problem personally with that looking somewhat like a house, because that's exactly what we asked them to do, to make it look more like it related to the house it was the front elevation of that house, and to put that into context and not make that one house feel so foreign. So just a comment, but I feel like that was exactly what we spoke about, and they responded to that well.
It sounds like you're making a motion, Commissioner Lineberger.
But I want to make one comment though. Thinking about 6 feet, you know, our fences can't be taller than 6 feet. What the applicant is proposing is not a 7-foot fence. It's a retaining wall plus a 3-foot fence. So if we're looking for, you know, so if we're taking into consideration the busy street, safety, the drastic slope, then that should warrant the height of the retaining wall, right? So I guess what I'm trying to say is when you look at the total structure of wall plus fence, yes, it's 7 feet, but our guidelines don't say fence plus wall. It says fence height should not exceed 3 feet on front, side, rear is 6 foot, et cetera. So I guess what I'm saying is our guidelines, we have interpretation with our guidelines that would justify 7 feet.
Piggyback on that, that fence needs to be 36 inches for code because of the height of the wall. So I don't think you can take 6 and 6. It would have to be all from the retaining wall.
Okay. I mean, how often do we look at a fence on top of a retaining wall? Have we done that? Not in my time here, but have we? So if we're setting a new precedent, today, I think, yeah,
So I don't think this is a precedent. This is a situation
right. So we need to be very,
very often in our neighborhoods. So we're not, and this is not, what we do isn't precedent, anyway. This is not a blanket statement. This is a very specific instance for this.
so what I was going to say is we need to be very clear in explaining that in our, in our motion, okay? Krista, you want to take a stab at it?
Sure.
Or we could ask Damon to do it since it's his last, his last one.
Damon has to do at least one on his last day.
Yeah, one per
Put you on
hour.
the spot, Damon.
Come on, Damon.
Careful.
Okay, so we will open up for the applicant. All right, Jim, Joyce, Jeff?
And just, in the spirit of groupthink, it's a conundrum, and the mass of this thing with those columns is a challenge. I get it. Would it help if that wall had no columns and was flat at 48 inches, and we just bolt the fence to the top? And that's one
No.
answer.
Jim.
And then the other option, there is an existing 36-inch fence there that we're pulling forward. We could put it just on the other side of the fence.
Well, the structure.
We would just have to, put in concrete pillars to hold it. It would, some of the mass would be gone with pillars. So
Jim, I have a thought that this is about to go your way.
Okay, I'll shut up. I'll stop arguing myself.
Thank you, sir.
Can I just add something really quickly? There are precedents for retaining walls and fences higher than 6 feet. I did sit through a meeting on another project, and I saw a project in Dilworth get passed with a retaining wall and a fence, and the total was more than 6 feet. So I don't have the case number, but I do know that it has happened.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Jeff.
And
All right, so we will close, and Damon?
one thing that I think would help this whole thing a little bit is if the columns were just a little bit more delicate. They're big, blocky dudes. I think if they were 2/3 the size that they're shown here dimensionally, width-wise, not height. Height's got to be what it's got to be, but the square, 2/3 of what it is now, I think that'll lighten the whole load.
And it's got to be prescriptive in order for us to, because I'm about to make a motion to say it's fine.
Yep.
So
I would prefer that because, again, I can't guess at what that's going to look like.
Well, trust your professionals to say that it'll look great.
Yeah, I'm trusting Damon to make the motion. Yeah.
Okay, so I need to open it up for just one comment from the homeowner, the applicant, and that is, what is the width of the columns that you have on top of the wall?
Okay, we'll open it up so that you can answer that question.
I honestly, I do not have that dimension. I'm going from the 424 inspiration wall, and I didn't put a tape measure on it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right, we will reclose.
All right, let me just take a minute to look at the columns. So counting, the brick, it looks like it's 2.5 brick. Bricks are 8 inches. So 16 is 20 inches. So these could be sitting. So 16 inches would be probably the next size. And if they need to make a change with that, they'd have to bring it to staff. Because I think these are 20 and these are brick. So that's 8 and 8 is 16, and the 4 is 20. So okay.
Okay.
They may be just sorry to interject. They may be graphically represented here much larger than we're thinking. I think, you know, compared to the door in the background, I mean, they're like 3 feet wide.
So, will you say that again so that we can get that on record? And then Damon, you can answer that for us, please. All right, Commissioner Barth.
Oh, sorry.
Will you repeat what you just said?
Yeah, my point was that I think that the way they're graphically represented here, and from what I understand, Mr. Smith may have been doing some Photoshop, and you know, which is a difficult program. You know, if we compare that to the door in the background, I mean, these columns appear to be like 3 feet wide. You know, I'm worried that we might achieve a column that's too slender too. So, you know, being fairly specific about this might be important. I think 24 inches or so may be the appropriate proportion. But, you know, maybe we leave it to staff to approve.
Well, we need a specific dimension if staff's going to approve it, but I'm good with 20. If you think 24 inches is the right proportion for the spacing graphically, then I'm okay with 24, but I think we need to provide a number.
Well, I have my CAD open here so I can draw one. Give me one. Yeah, 24. That's kind of.
Okay. Right. Yep. So Chris, do you think a 16-inch would be too small for that? Can you have you have a feel for that, or, I mean, you draw them, so.
Yeah. No, I think 16 inches is perfect.
Okay.
Sounds good.
So
Sorry.
I'm going to have to make a motion to approve that. I'm going to have some help just for in terms of justification for making it that's not right. So I move to approve this application as submitted with one stipulation that the columns on the retaining wall are 16 inches square, but are proud of the wall itself. And the reason we're allowing the 7-foot height is because of the situation.
Well, in their actual presentation on J14, retaining wall updates, they write in the second paragraph. Oh, no, let's include Bill Botkin, Bill B. North Carolina licensed highway general contractor with his number.
I don't think he's an expert, and that's kind of he's not an aesthetic. He's talking about how it's built. And I could just say site conditions.
You could say site constraints,
Okay,
specific site
All right,
constraints.
I move to approve this application with the condition that the columns on the wall be reduced to 16-inch square, proud of the retaining wall itself, because of site conditions.
What are you allowing because of the site conditions? The 7-foot wall?
The 7-foot wall. Well, it's the 4-foot wall and 6-foot fence, 3-foot fence.
All right, motion made by Commissioner Romsch.
You asked for it. Oh.
May I make a friendly amendment? Or just add?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, please.
Can we also mention the garage door, the double garage door, just for staff approval for that to be? I mean, I know they said that they would make that appear as individual doors versus one door, but just to make sure they have that in there.
Yes. So do you want me to do this again? Just
Yes,
to
please,
redo it?
Damon.
Okay. So I move to approve this application with the following conditions. That the garage doors to be made to look as individual doors to be staff approved, and that the columns on the columns for the retaining wall will be reduced to 16-inch square, being proud of the retaining wall. The reason for the acceptability of the 4-foot retaining wall is because of the site conditions.
All right, motion made by Commissioner Romsch, seconded by Commissioner Jim, seconding Hayden. All right, any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Hayden?
Yes.
Commissioner Walker?
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen?
Yes.
Commissioner Romsch?
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte?
Yes.
Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati? Yes. Motion passes 8-0. Congratulations, Jim and Joyce.
Thanks.
We have good news and good news. And thank you, Jeff.
Thank you.
Okay, so moving on to application number 6, 1541 Wickford Place. Let the record show that Commissioner Henningsen is recusing. And also, it's 5:20, just as a time and reality check for us, okay?
All right, the next project is 1541 Wickford Place for an addition and an accessory building. Rather than getting into it, I'll just go ahead and hand it over to the applicants. Alan and Brandon, are you there?
I am Alan.
And I think Amy and Doug as well?
Yeah, Amy's here.
Okay. Have you all been sworn in?
Yeah,
I
I'm
got-
here too.
I have not.
Okay.
All right, if you'll raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
All right, and if you all could state your name and your addresses for the tape record, and then we'll go ahead and get started.
Okay. Alan Brooks, 2021 Euclid Avenue, Charlotte.
Amy
Doug
Pickard.
Eamon. Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead, Doug.
Doug Eamon, 1915 Springdale Avenue, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28203.
Amy Pickard, 2917 Virginia Avenue, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28205. And Brandon's going to jump on shortly.
Okay, great. And just let me know where you'd like to start.
We had come before in the previous months twice. And so this is the June submission. And from the last meeting, there were 6 notations from that meeting. And what I would like to do is to just go directly to them because they're fairly prescriptive. And so the first one, if everyone remembers from the last meeting, the center shed dormers of the upper floor on the right elevation were to be centered. And so I think showing on slide number 10, if that's right. That would show that the windows are centered on that gable, eave above. And then the second point was the unsupported roof on the left elevation. So if you go to the left elevation, I think slide 9. It does show that what has been added here was the wall underneath the left furthermost extended roof. And that is a brick wall of an unheated storage room. And if you go to the rear elevation, it will depict that as well. And so there is a line, there were double windows there at one point, and they've been changed to a single window to allow the storage room to nest under the extended roof. And I must note that on this June revised proposed rear elevation, somehow the double columns were erased or eliminated, but of note, they, as in the May
submission, and also on the June floor plans, it does show the double column, so that will be corrected. And the third point was the arborist letter for tree removal. I think if you go to slide number 27, that would show the arborist letter for the removal of the 3 trees that are deemed to be dead and decaying, and not in very much trees that grew at spaces that were not planted and intended to be a tree location within a yard and are compromised. So the fourth point was the roof pitch on the left elevation. So basically on slide 17, though, if you go to slide 17, it will show it more definitively. That shows the roof plan. The roof plan on slide 237. I'm sorry. The roof plan shows the hip roof with the equal pitches at a 45-degree angle on proposed roof plan. And the next point, the fifth point, were the stucco details, and that is shown on slide number 26. For that one, 243. I'm sorry, but you're ahead of me. So what was intended here was that the stucco would resemble have the inset in the molding, the brick mold that is exhibited on the brick veneer. So the detailing here is hardcoat stucco with the recess of the windows with components of beads and weep screeds and all of the proper methods of a traditional hardcoat stucco. And then the last were about the existing windows that were to be repaired, refurbished, or rebuilt. There are 2 sashes that have to be rebuilt. And so that actually shows on slide number 30, but whatever, it's in the May presentation. Actually, there. Thank you. And it does show that they will all be refurbished and rebuilt, and the ones in the rear that are not used and will be in the demolished part of the house, the building, would be either salvaged or thrown away because of their decay. So all of the windows would be reused, rebuilt, refurbished. And I think the conflict was that there was a note to reusing sash replacements on the drawings, and that has been removed. So I think that covers the points, point by point, from the last meeting, and I hope that suffices. And I don't know if any other of the applicant need to say anything.
I'm good.
No, I think that's it.
Okay.
All right, perfect. Thanks, Alan.
Right. Yes, I tried to make it quick, and my battery's low too.
Cindy, do we have anyone on the phone wishing to speak for or against this application?
We do not have anyone signed up, and I'm checking to see if anyone's, nope, no one's online.
Okay, perfect. Questions for the applicant? Oh, it's Commissioner Barth.
Alan, first of all, thank you for answering all our questions. I think you did that in a very organized fashion. And is this page your evidence as far as removing or salvaging all the existing windows? Do you have a, looking back, I don't know if I saw a letter from a window restoration company or anything like that. They look in bad shape. I will say that much.
So Alan just texted that his battery just died.
Oh.
So how can I answer?
Well, let me see here.
Yeah, didn't Commissioner Barth, didn't Alan say that they were repairing the windows, all of them?
Yes, they would be,
Yeah.
Rebuild.
they would be rebuilt, salvaged. You would basically take what's there and rebuild them
Okay.
using the same products, wood. There's some
Okay.
companies out that does it. There's not an example of that. It's when you do repairs, it's a repair.
Sure. Thank you for clarifying.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I think that answers. I mean, the rest of them are being eaten up in the addition. So that's fairly straightforward. I think that's all I had.
Okay. Any other questions, commissioners? All right. Why don't we close for deliberation? Commissioner Barth, I'm going to kick it over to you.
I'd like to make a motion unless anybody else has an objection to that.
I think we all would like for you to make a motion.
I'd like to approve this project as it answers all questions that were asked of the applicant and meets our guidelines and is congruous with the neighborhood.
Perfect.
Second.
And motion made by Commissioner Barth and seconded by Commissioner Rumsch. Any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Yes.
I'd like to add an amendment to my own comment or
Okay.
motion. Amendment
Accept.
for addition to that staff confirm upon COA that the double columns on the back porch are added back in.
Okay. Do you accept that motion, Commissioner Barth? Friendly amendment?
Yes.
Yes.
And Commissioner Rumsch is still with you. So why don't we vote? Commissioner Rumsch,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you for answering all of the concerns that the commission had and coming back with a complete application. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great one. All right, so we are now, let the record show that Commissioner Henningsen has rejoined. And now we are on to number 7, 913 Romney Road.
All right, this is the item for 913 Romney Road. It is for an addition, and rather than having any staff discussion on this, I'll just go ahead and just verify that Paul and Stephanie, are you on the line?
We are?
Have you both been sworn in?
No, and also I have Melody Patch here with me also.
All right, if you will all raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Thank you.
All right, if you could state your names and your addresses for the tape record, and I'll let you go ahead and get started.
Paul Patch, 132 Cottage Place.
Stephanie Nolan, 1232 Dilworth Crescent Road.
Melody Patch, 132 Cottage Place.
All right, just let me know where you want to go, Paul.
Okay, first I'd like to thank you for the continuation of our hearing, which has given us an opportunity to do some rather major adjustments to our design. And today I have with me a very special guest presenter, Melody Patch, who is Vice President of Real Estate Asset Management with a multinational real estate firm. certified North Carolina real estate educator, North Carolina Apartment Association Accreditation Board, Board of Trustees of National Education Foundation, past board member of the National Home Builders Association, board member of the Charlotte Apartment Association, past chairman of your Charlotte Mecklenburg Historic District Commission, and my better half, who is going to walk you through the first piece of our presentation. Thank you, Melody.
You're welcome. Hi, good afternoon. Well, starting with the historic narrative, the home at 913 Romney Road is a two-story brick veneered painted house constructed in 1942. It can be considered in the eclectic, colonial, or Georgian revival category as defined in a field guide to American houses. These houses are descendants of the English and Dutch houses of the Atlantic seaboard. These homes have subcategories that include the symmetrical form of our subject home with brick veneer first introduced in the 1920s, a hip roof with minimum eave projection, double hung rectangular windows with 6, 8, or up to 12 window panes per sash, and entrances with pilasters. Often the examples include a central gable, front porch, and side rooms or porches. The subject house will have these characteristics when completed, including a new front porch and a renovated side porch. The current conditions, the existing home needs repairs that are planned for renovation and restoration. The existing rear shed and rear shed hallway additions will be removed. And you can see that on site plan A100. The existing trees are located and identified on the site plan. These trees will be saved and protected during construction. The rear photograph shows that the entire building area of the proposed addition footprint is clear of any trees. The owner applicant seeks approval to add a front porch for doorway, rainwater protection, and enhanced street charm. Revert the small side room to an open side porch and reduce its depth to allow parking so that the owner's cars go beyond the front yard. Number 3, add a 2-story, 1,438 square foot addition with a 718 square foot footprint. And then number 4 was adding an open rear porch. The objectives here are, number 1, the front porch. The design will respect the existing neighboring houses and the character of the subject house symmetry while adding a front porch often found in existing historic examples, as well as those subsequently added and common on Romney Road. These are included in our neighborhood photographs. The side porch, sometime in the recent past, the left-hand side porch was enclosed. This porch will be removed and reconstructed with a reduced depth, allowing the owner's cars to be parked beyond the house face, which will reduce front yard and street parking as stated in guideline item 8.6. One-story side additions are commonly found among Georgian revival examples and as displayed in the neighborhood photographs provided. Guideline page 7.2 item 1 says attempt to locate the additions on the rear elevation, minimally visible from the street. This clause is considered except for our existing side porch where it is the main principle followed with this additional design. Addition to the living space. The kitchen living area is on the first floor and bedroom suite is on the second floor. The addition will comply with HDC guidelines 7.2 item 8, stating that no more than 50% of the rear yard will be impermeable. Drawing A100 includes the impermeable area calculation. The addition's design builds on this house symmetry by placing the addition entirely inside the house sidewalls and no higher than the existing house. House ridge, sorry. So if you please see site plan A100 and floor plan A101, as well as elevation A201 and A203. The rear porch will be open. It will also be built as illustrated on the submittal plans. All existing windows will remain and be repaired, and new windows will closely match the existing windows and comply with guideline section 4 windows. The existing eave fascia is applied directly aligned with the brick face, causing house water damage. The eave will be extended minimally to eliminate this problem while respecting the typical tight eaves found commonly on similar homes. All materials and detailing will be in accordance with the guidelines as illustrated in the detailed drawings. The approval rationale and process, the site, backyard impermeable will be 22.1% after the addition is finished. That's well below the allowable 50% maximum dictated by guideline 7.8. No trees will be removed. All the trees will be protected during the construction project as stated in guideline 8.4. House geometry. The addition will be no higher or wider than the original house and therefore not seen from the street. The existing roof line will not be changed and the original thermal wall will be clearly demarked from the addition as found in guidelines 7.1 through 7.7. The architectural details rationale. All windows will be preserved on the original house noted in your guidelines 4.1 for existing windows and 6.4 for new windows. The 3 porches are practical and architecturally contribute to the historic scale, focal point, and charm, which is so common in Dilworth. These desirable features are outlined in section 6.14. 3, the HVAC units will sit toward the back of the house next to the addition and shown on plan A100 and is specified in Article 8.1. There you go.
Okay.
Thank you, Melody, and you can see why I brought in the big hitters. Now I would like to address the staff analysis briefly.
Sure.
If that's okay. And it's not to dispute this other than to try to explain it. The left elevation lacks the transition and clear delineation between the original house and the new addition. And I suggest that added will be an inset vertical 8-inch wide brick line from the foundation through the roof eave to delineate the existing thermal wall. The second item of staff comment was the right elevation, fenestration, rhythm on the addition. This, of course, is a subjective opinion, and the window placement mirrors the interior floor plan, as it also is symmetrical, common with the house type. The eave alignment of the third is the eave alignment of the new addition as compared to the original house. How will the connections occur at the inner corners where the new addition meets the original house? The house is very unusual because it has 7 foot 9.5-inch ceiling heights. For this reason, the new second floor is designed to be elevated 1 foot 2 inches above the existing second floor. The second floor ceiling is also raised. By narrowing the house, the addition has a very simple roof plan is achieved through the new eave line as it is elevated. The existing lower roof eave will abut the addition's face. The higher addition eave abuts the lower roof in the same manner that a dormer eave will align with the adjoining roof of the house. 4, the front elevation alternate materials proposed for the roof, for the porch columns. Alternate commission approves alternative material for columns, and recently they did so for a project of mine.
Sir, excuse me, you're sounding muffled and we're having a hard time.
I'm sorry. Is that better?
Yeah, that's so much better. Thank you.
Okay, let me lean in a little bit. The last item is the second last item is a rear yard open spaces calculation is needed that includes any existing proposed concrete to remain. The rear yard photograph shows a large extent of concrete paving. This area is 1,712 square feet. The concrete area to be removed is about 700 square feet more than our addition footprint. We will submit our existing survey to the staff for their confirmation of these facts. The commission will determine if the proposed projects meets the design guidelines for the addition. Of course. So we look forward to your review of our project. Minor revisions may be approved by the staff. We also look forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Okay, do we have anyone on the line wishing to speak for or against this application?
We do not have anyone signed up and no callers.
All right, commissioners. Commissioner Rumsch?
Hey, Paul, I think you answered all those questions really thoroughly, so thank you, because I was going to ask you most of those. The only question I have is the columns. I think you're using like a concrete column or would you kind of describe that? And is that something that you feel that the historic district has approved in the past? These are the front columns.
They have various fiberglass assemblies that mirror the traditional columns. So that's what we were hoping for, but whether or not it is a wood column is certainly a negotiable point.
Okay, I think we have approved certain materials for non-wood columns, and I'm going to probably move that to staff to let them kind of review those with you. And as I said, I think you're in pretty good shape. You've answered everything that staff has asked for, and I think this application has come a long way. So thank you, Paul.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Any other questions, commissioners? Jim, anything? Jill? PJ? Commissioner Barth? Commissioner Bonaparte, Commissioner Lineberger? No questions? All right. Well, why don't we close and deliberate?
Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. And thanks to your lovely wife, who is very lucky to have you introduce her.
She is special.
Okay, so we're closed for deliberation. Do you want to kick it off, Damon?
Well, since nobody had anything to comment, I'm just going to move to approve it as submitted.
Okay. So we're moving to approve the application. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Rumsch, seconded by Commissioner Hayden. Any discussion of the motion?
Do you want to take into account staff's concerns and how they were answered?
Oh, I'm sorry. I should have put that in there. I'd like to amend my motion by saying that I'd like staff to review the materials for the front columns for approval of something we've already approved as a material for that. Yeah, that was kind of a right. I've tried to do it a little more succinctly. I move to approve with staff to review and approve the substitute materials for the columns. I'm good with that.
Okay. So friendly amendment made by Commissioner Rumsch for Commissioner Rumsch, seconded by Commissioner Hayden. Any discussion of the motion? Okay.
Madam Chair, do we maybe want to put it on record the other items from the staff review that were actually addressed?
I would like to do that, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Which other items? The ones that he answered?
Yeah. So
Those were already answered, I thought.
it's in the record.
Then maybe we refer back to the record.
I'm sorry.
Maybe refer back to the record.
Yeah.
They were put out by staff, they were answered, but they weren't necessarily in the physical application.
But they represent what's being presented to us. What he described in answer to your questions was what's represented on the drawings. I'd be happy to add it as part of the motion if you'd like.
Okay.
Why don't we go ahead and do that to make sure that we're secure, Damon?
I'd like to add to my motion that that the applicant has answered adequately the questions put forward by staff.
Accepted.
Okay. All right. So motion made, seconded. No discussion of the motion. Why don't we vote? Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Ramsch,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati. Yes. Motion passes 8-0. Thank you so much. All right, now we are moving on. Do you mind if we get through 8? Because then we would have finished all of the cases left over. All right, thank you. All right, yes. You have to leave at 7, and the time right now is 5:50, so we have, we'll dig in. Okay, so we're moving on to case number 8917 Berkeley Avenue.
917 Berkeley Avenue is for an addition and porch changes. You guys saw this at the last meeting. I'll just go ahead and move it over to the applicant. Amy and Amanda, are you there?
Hi, yes, Amy Cation is here.
Okay. And have you been sworn in?
I have not.
All right, if you'll raise your right hand and respond, I do to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
And Amy, if you could just state your name and address for the tape record, and then we'll go ahead and get started.
Sure, it's Amy Cation at 342 Circle Avenue in Charlotte, North Carolina.
All right, and then let me know where you want to get started. I'm on the existing conditions page.
Okay, that's great. So just a quick review for 917 Berkeley Avenue, a 1935 Tudor style home. We are looking to address the existing screened-in porch in a way to enclose for more heated and cooled square footage to add a home office to the residents who do work from home. This is the existing front elevation. You can go on to the next slide, or I'm sorry, the existing front side and rear elevations. And just to give a reference for the adjacent structures, we reviewed these at the last meeting as well. So we can move on to the next slide. Specifically, I want to address the comments from you guys in the previous meeting. We were looking to restudy for compatibility with porches 4.8 numbers 5 and 6. And so specifically, we were looking to make some changes that just ensure that the historical character and features of the porch were preserved, as well as just keeping things as minimal, keeping as much as the original features as possible, and keeping things, some of the comments from the meeting specifically were just light and airy, and the look of something clearly reversible. So on the front elevation here, also specifically, there was a request for solutions that were not brick. So originally we were looking at bricking the lower section below the windows. As you see here, we have switched this to an all wood paneling to try to propose something a little bit lighter. We did stretch windows to go the full width from column to column. So again, we haven't made any changes in that. The roof is staying, you know, architrave, trim, columns, and brick foundation are all going to remain. If you could go to the next slide, please. And on the side elevation, before we had a couple of windows flanked by brick from floor to ceiling. The main purpose of this was to provide some functional space on the interior for the office, but trying to, we really appreciated your suggestions and wanted to really take those to heart. So again, we stretched these windows to go from column to column on the side elevation as well, repeating this all wood panel detail below. And the thought process here is to paint all the wood to match the existing elevation, and again, maintain the historical relevance of this component. On the next slide, you can see on the back elevation, we did actually propose a couple of options here. Right here, you're going to see option 2. This particular one does give us windows across the full back as well, and it shows that same panel height repeated on the door to again keep things as light and airy as possible. If you can go to the next slide, and then it actually appears as if the same slide loaded twice. If you, is there another option 2 and go back 1? Option 1, yeah. So it looks like the same slide did go twice. So in option 1, what we were actually looking to do on my page here, and I'm apologizing, it looks like a duplicate slide. Instead of the 2 windows to the right of the door in the back elevation, we were proposing to repeat that in a panel size so that we can give 1 full wall for some bookshelves and additional storage. Just in comparing from the former plan that we had in May's meeting, this would give us a little bit more storage here. Though we did want to keep an alternative option for you guys to be able to hopefully look at and approve today, we wanted to show you option 2 that does put a window on that wall as well. For the next slide, there we go. This is a detail kind of showing our existing foundation and existing roof column detail, trim details, as well as the new panel detail with the windows. Here you can also see an example of the door, the clad door on the existing home that we intend to match finishes on. This is in the Appalachian brown finish, which does match the existing trim. And then we also show kind of the an existing home that just kind of proposes a similar element just to kind of give a better visual on an existing structure. This has a window with paneling detail on an addition. And I believe next page should just be window and door specs. Yeah, correct. So window and door specs here. Again, proposing an all wood window and a clad exterior door on the rear elevation. Next slide. And this shows, you can see a little bit better here. So on the left is our existing residence. And on the right, you can see the 2 options. Again, I apologize that elevation didn't show clearly. On the first one, on the bottom one where you see option 1, this was our first proposed option that does keep the rear elevation wall full. So a panel detail on the full back wall, as well as that door. And that just allows us to get some upright storage. Option 2, if we end up going that route with windows behind it, we can do some small seating there and just do shallow bookshelves on the interior wall. And I believe that should complete our presentation. Oh, a couple more. These are not, I want to point out that these are not in the neighborhood, but just wanted to show you guys some Tudor style homes with some windows and panel detail, just again trying to keep things as historically accurate as we can, but still give office space to our residents.
Thanks, Amanda. Cindy, do you have anyone on the line wishing to speak for or against this application? Okay. Okay, thank you.
It's correct online.
It's correct online as well? Yeah, I can pull that up. So that
Okay,
you guys can see it.
commissioners, questions of the applicant?
Like option 2. It wasn't a question, it's more of a statement.
Yeah.
Just leading the witness.
Well, Jill, you want to kick us off?
Yeah, I don't really have much to kick off at, except to comment that I believe the applicant did a fine job of responding to concerns that were expressed last month.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? PJ, your comment was you like option 2. And so whoever makes the motion, I
Would
think.
specify that along with the appropriate guidelines.
Sure. So if you don't have questions, let's close for deliberation. Oh, did we quit? No. Or do you have a question? Okay. All right. So now that we're closed, Damon?
I'm only going to say a statement. I know nobody agrees. The screen porch, a porch with a front elevation on the street is just as, if not more significant than the chimney. It reflects what the time that these houses were built. And for us to enclose a screen porch that faces the front of the house, especially with a house that doesn't have any other porch connection to the street, should not be approved. So that's all I have to say.
And we agreed, and we voted on that last month, right? It was continued and passed.
Yeah.
That hasn't changed. It's my point of view on this. And this house has plenty of space to do an addition to the back, and may even have some places in the attic to do an addition to which would avoid having to enclose that porch. So I know that you've had that discussion. I'm not going to be here after this. I need to make my final swan song and say.
Thank you for that, Damon. Okay. So Damon is not voting, or sorry, excuse me, you are voting. Are you making a motion? Yeah.
Since we already voted on whether or not side porch, enclosing the side porch was authorized by the guidelines in the last meeting, I would like to make a motion to approve this application. I approve option 2 because the light pattern matches the light pattern and the fenestration on the rear house. Per guidelines 4.8 number 5, it ensures that historic character and features are preserved. And by guideline 4.8 number 6 is reversible. And by guideline 7.2 number 6, the addition is compatible with the existing building.
Do we have a second? Seconded by Commissioner Hayden. Discussion of the motion, Commissioner Lineberger.
I just have a quick question. The windows, the proposed windows that are casement, and maybe this is I'm sorry to maybe have to open this up for clarification, but there are casements that are proposed. Most of the windows are double hung, but it appears that some of the windows on the rear elevation are casements as well. So I don't know if we need clarification on that or if that matters to anyone.
Why don't we open it up, because I'm not particularly sure. I closed it. So we'll open up so that Amanda can answer that question, Commissioner Lineberger. Amanda?
Hi, yeah, Amy here. So
Amy,
we have both double hung encasements on the front elevation as well. So if you look at the proposed front elevation, which is on HDC 3, to the left and right of the door are casement windows.
So Amy, are those original? Were
Were
those replaced at some point?
They were not replaced by our group. And I do believe that those are original. I can get clarification from the homeowners. We're also happy, to take any recommendations on this as well. Given the size of these windows, and given that there are a mix of casements on the front and side and back elevation, we felt like that would keep things looking more consistent and just architecturally appealing.
Yeah, I understand. Okay. That's it.
Okay.
I just had a clarification, wanted to clarify that. Thanks.
Thanks, Commissioner Lineberger. We will close. PJ, you've stated your motion. Commissioner Hayden, you seconded the motion. Do we have any other discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Rumsch,
No.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
No.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, no. 5-3, motion passes. Let's take 5. All right, so we are back from break and we are now looking at case number 1921 Charlotte Drive.
Kim, did you want to talk about the meeting
Thank you.
progress?
So it is 6:11 now. We are going to work really hard to get through application 10. All the applications after application 10, we will hear you next month. Thank you.
All right.
Alicia. Go ahead.
Next item on the agenda is for 1921 Charlotte Drive. This is just for some window and door changes and some siding changes. I won't get too much into it. I'll just go ahead and have Alicia talk about it. Alicia, have you been sworn in?
I have not.
All right, Alicia, if you'll raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
All right, and Alicia, if you could state your name and address for the tape record, and I'll let you go ahead and get started.
Alicia Husband. Our office address is 122 West Bland Street, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28203.
All right, and right now I'm showing the first page of your drawings or the image of the.
Yes. So we are renovating the existing Hope Haven men's shelter at the corner of Charlotte Drive. It backs up to Kenilworth. We have been under plan review and it's under construction for the interior renovation. We are trying to get approvals through this process for 2 minor penetrations in the existing facade, 1 existing and 1 new, and an update on some of the finishes on the exterior. We have gotten approvals on our site already through the city. Everything that's shown here has been approved previously. Go to the next page. So these are all sides of the building, at least road facing, not in the rear. So our first image, bottom right, is the entrance door previously used for the men's shelter. That is actually one of the doors that we would like to modify. Image 2 to the left, this is just another perspective of that same side of the building. Top right is the functional entry door to the side of the building. That is the second door that we are modifying aesthetically. You will see that, yep, front of the building there. And if we, yep, and then top left image, we have just a further image of the front further out in the street. We can go to the next page. This is our rear facade. You can see that there's vinyl existing for the majority of that. We are wanting to modify that vinyl and then pretty much leave the remainder of the rear intact as shown. Go to the next page. These are our surrounding properties directly across the street from the existing building. You have the home that is in the bottom right there. To the, let's see, in this plan, we're going to talk northeast. To the northeast of the building, we've got the 3 townhomes at the bottom left. That's an image of that existing structure. And top right of the building, that is to the left of our property. So we've got our existing elevation on the bottom here. We're not trying to do much at all. We want to leave all of our windows intact. We want to modify the existing vinyl, change it from vinyl on this facade to a board and batten, painting it in a dark gray, grizzle gray by Sherwin-Williams, and also modify the door into a full panel window and an operable window adjacent to that. On the opposite side of that existing opening is going to be a unit for a hotel room. And we have to have an operable window for that hotel room. So what we want to do is utilize the existing opening. It's an arched opening with an existing swinging door. We want to modify that so that it is a window with an operable side light. That way we kind of kill two birds with one stone and achieve both the county requirements of having a operable window without having to modify the complete, opening in any way. We do want to paint any trim in any of the gutters along the facade from, I believe, the brown or the off-white to the same matching gray as the board and batten. All of the soldier course that is at the top of any of the windows will remain. So really it's just a minor improvement of the board and batten as well as the door/window at the bottom right of the image on this side of the building. I guess is that the next page. And I think we've got to go in the wrong direction here. Okay, so this is the side of the building facing the parking lot. We want to take away the hollow metal door that was the existing functional entry door at the parking lot and replace that with a storefront door, making it a more inviting entry to a commercial building. And where we currently have a door, you will see on the elevation on the south of the plan, we want to remove that door, leave the soldier course as is, and replace the brick in that location. We no longer need a door in that place for the unit room on the inside of the building, but we do need a window. So that door actually accesses into a bathroom. Obviously, we do not need a door or a window into the bathroom, so we'd like to brick up that opening. And we found a very close match, if not exact, matching brick on that, for that closing up of that brick in that location. Adjacent to that, to the left, we have created a window opening to provide that operable window into that unit room. The window would be matching to any of the other windows on the building and have a matching soldier course trim in line at the same head height as the soldier course to the right. Painting trim along the side of the building as well as gutters. And obviously we're modifying the roof. I don't believe that the roof is a part of your review process. We did note that here that we are changing out the shingles to a different color. I think we can move to the next page. The rear of the building, existing siding as mentioned before, we'd like to replace the lower portion of that siding, anything that aligns with the lower roof. From that dimension across all three facades, we'd like to take board and batten and replace the vinyl siding in that location. Anything above that low roof line on all three facades, we'd like to keep the vinyl and paint it to match the board and batten. So that vinyl, I don't believe can be replaced according to kind of the standards here. So we have opted to paint it and then replace the vinyl below it with a board and batten. Three elevations here communicate that design intent. We've got the board and batten over a water table, existing brick, staying no change to that. We've got a trim that aligns itself with that low roof that runs horizontally across all three facades, and then the existing vinyl painted above that, painted to match that grizzle gray. All trim, again, painted to match the same color. No other change to the building except for the roof on this side. The finishes are shown here. So the existing facade, the best image for that brick is going to be at the bottom left. That would be the existing brick in daylight with our matching brick. The Old Carolina Brick Company and a Charlestown is the color finish for that. And we have placed it next to the brick to see how similar the two are. And then you'll obviously see the board and batten image adjacent to the color that we're proposing. That same color would go on all trim, gutters, around the building. And that concludes our presentation.
Thanks, Alicia. Do we have anyone on the line wishing to speak for or against this application?
No, and we don't have anyone signed up.
Okay. Commissioners, questions of the applicant? Sure.
Okay. I was just looking at the brick sample and I looked to the right and then looked to the left and they didn't look very similar. And then I realized that you had some sample bricks at the bottom of the left brick picture.
That's correct.
I mean, that's the match. The new bricks are in front of the old wall. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The image to the right is a little deceiving because it is a perfect image pulled off of the internet, obviously, not in natural sunlight. So we wanted to make sure that we put the actual brick next to the existing and took a photo.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Alicia, what is your reason for changing the Charlotte Drive facing door?
Charlotte Drive facing door. So currently it is an operable door. For the unit within that side of, like behind that door, we do not need an exit door. We have provided enough exits for the building and any of the other egress locations on the ground level. This door is no longer needed. And because it's in a unit room for a hotel space, an operable window is preferred rather than an operable door.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Henningsen.
Actually, I want to stay on that theme. I wish we had pointers and stuff. So on this elevation, is one of the doors being bricked in? I thought it was just like the light configuration changed. Or is it turning into a window?
It's on
So
another.
this is the side that just one door changes to an operable window.
I understand. Okay.
Mm-hmm. And it is the one underneath the porch covering to the right-hand side.
So the elevation, so what is this elevation that we're showing in the WebEx? Zoom with the teams.
This is the front elevation facing Charlotte Drive.
Charlotte Drive, okay.
Yes,
So
sir.
that window, so if I start at the right, you've got a bank of 3 windows, and then you've
Nope.
got the old door that's turning from a door into a window that's kind of grayed out a little.
Correct. It is in shadow. Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
Shadow. Okay.
That's the one we're changing,
So
or we
you're-
were proposing to change.
You're keeping the opening, you're just going from a door to a window configuration.
Yes, sir.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Mhm.
Another question, and we'll just stay on this elevation. I think you made reference that there was some trim boards over the soldier course over 2 of the windows.
It varies. So the existing building has a conglomerate of trim. They have some soldier coursing, and then they have some almost like a crown molding placed on top of the window opening. We're basically just painting any paintable surface that is trim to match the board and batten.
Okay.
So any of the cornices, soffits, fascia, those are going to the same gray. Soldier coursing would remain as is.
Got it. Okay. The way I'd read the application, it just sounded like there was a trim board over the soldier course and you were removing that on some. So I'm sorry, I just misunderstood.
Okay.
Okay.
I have a question while you think of your next one, PJ.
But
The next slide, it's the slide after this one. What elevation is that? What side is that? Sorry.
This faces the parking lot.
Okay.
So you access the parking lot off of Charlotte Drive, make a left into it if you're coming from East Boulevard, and you would turn into the handicap parking spot is right near this door that we're proposing to change.
Okay.
one more question. Would you be open to replacing the vinyl siding with party lap siding? Versus paint?
I don't see that we, I don't see any reason why we couldn't. I would have to obviously ask the ownership group, but they would likely be open to that.
So Cindy, question for you. Have we, and I get that this building was built, what, in the 90s?
2006.
Wow. Okay.
Mhm.
So Cindy, do we have examples where we've replaced vinyl with something cementitious? Or wood lap? just to get rid of the vinyl?
With
I
wood,
think we're proposing to get rid of the vinyl everywhere except for the rear facade where it is, more cost effective for the owner, obviously, to kind of keep the board and batten at the lower portion of the elevation where a guest would experience it and touch and feel it. And then above the low roof and to the, the main roof line, we would keep the vinyl siding.
Got it. Okay, so there would be some, so obviously I see that you're replacing some with board and batten. I'm curious when we get into deliberations, how commissioners feel about introducing board and batten on this, but with the siding that's, with the siding that's gonna stay vinyl, I'm
You might
confused.
want to go to that image.
Yeah,
Maybe
yeah.
let's go to the rear facade image.
Okay. So is
That
there
one.
vinyl
That's
siding that
existing.
you're gonna replace with hardy lap siding?
Correct.
There is.
Well, it's hardy board and batten. So it's board and batten at the lower level.
Okay,
And above that low roof line, we would propose to keep the existing vinyl and paint it.
I understand completely. Got it. So the only siding that you're replacing is the board and batten.
Correct.
Got it, understood. Thank you.
And not that this is a major difference, but it says in our application that the building was built in 1992.
Well, and I've got on our Appendix B for our permit documents, it was built in 2006. So two different varying.
Yeah. Okay.
It feels more 90s to me.
It does. Yeah.
staff gets their information from assessing. So that's where that would have come from.
Okay.
Okay.
It's still not 50 years old or greater.
They did have a
Right.
renovation. So
Exactly.
there was a
Yeah.
renovation done in 2006. So I believe that is where so our Appendix B, obviously for our Mecklenburg County submittal, references the last time the building was renovated. So that was in 2006. That makes more sense now.
Okay. All right, perfect. Any other questions, commissioners, before we close for deliberation?
PJ, I was wondering if you needed clarification on the existing trim above the window on the Charlotte Drive elevation that will be removed. You had that question earlier.
Yeah.
So we might be removing it. Existing.
The
let's see.
second set of triple windows from the left, I believe you are removing a set of trim existing above that, yes.
I think we were able to see on site that there was a trim applied to over top of the soldier core. So in that location, we could remove it.
What about the window to the right of those two?
That might be the condition where we could not remove the soldier cores. I can't read the note here. Let me open up my file to confirm. I'll zoom in here.
I mean, my suggestion would be once you get into doing all the work, if you do find that it is trim over a soldier course, to remove that as well, like the other two windows beside it.
Okay, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. We'll close for deliberation now. Commissioners, thoughts? Commissioner
Of
Roms?
course.
Yes?
So at the possibility of insulting somebody, I don't mean to do that. But I think if this house came to us and they were going to demolish it and we would, decided whether we were going to put a hold on it, we probably would not.
Yeah.
So I just want to, when we start talking about this, just remember what we're trying to say. And
Sure.
so anyway, that's what
Yeah, I agree. All right. Commissioner Lineberger?
I just had a clarification on the hardy board and batten siding. Is that something that we've allowed prior? And I know it's a different building type, it's a different style, all of that, but is that something that we do allow? I just don't ever remember having that one before.
And I don't know if this answers it, but in staff analysis, it says that we've approved non-grain fiber cement siding on non-historic additions and on new infill construction. So this would kind of fall into the last category, right? Like it's newer construction. Dana?
Right.
It seems to me that it's a siding that's not typical in our, I mean, if you look at the stuff built in the, I guess the 70s where they did the modern contemporary kind of things, they did T111 and they did board and batten, but it really doesn't fit into any of our neighborhoods. And I mean, it looks to me like it's something, on a farmhouse somewhere. So
But does this building really fit into any of our neighborhoods?
no, that's why I said I'm not sure it really. So I thought your suggestion about it being siding instead of the board and batten was a really good one. It kind of fits with what's there.
But then at that point, you've got two types of lap siding. You've got the vinyl on the top and the
What-
board and batten.
And does that matter on this
Siding.
building?
But we could also argue, does board and batten matter?
I mean, no,
Yeah.
I agree. I don't think I'm not sure it deserves a lot of discussion.
Yeah, agreed. So who wants to make a motion? PJ,
I make a motion to approve the application as written.
seconded by Commissioner Walker. Discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Rumsch,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. I feel like I missed someone. Did I? No, I got Barth. So I have 7-0. Did someone leave? Okay, it's getting late. So one more time. I did talk, let's see, Commissioner Rumsch,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes, 8-0. I just didn't write down one of you. Thank you. Thank you, Alicia. All right. Let the record show that Commissioner Hayden is leaving the building. And let the record also show that Commissioner Rumsch. We're about to get into 10. It's going to be a minute. Oh, ooh. It's been 8 of us. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, 2-minute break while we get ready for number 10. All right, so we are now on application number 10, 814 East Boulevard.
All right, 814 East Boulevard is new construction. I'll just go ahead and hand it over to the applicants. Robbie, B, and Jill, are you there? Hello?
Cindy, this is Candace. It looks like the applicants are here. I can see them on video, but they're having some technical difficulties.
Okay. Hello, are you there? We're having trouble understanding you. Not quite.
They likely need to disconnect and reconnect.
If you'd like, you can call in. That'll help with the audio. So the toll-free number is 1-855-244-8681. And the access code is 172-771-9275. And this is all on our website as well. Candace, if you could let us know when they call in.
Can you guys hear it? 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 Can you guys hear it?
You're gonna want to mute your computer audio if there's an echo on there.
Can you guys hear us now? Can you guys hear us now? Can you guys hear us now? Turn that on. Turn it on.
There's a bit of an echo. Is there a way to mute the computer?
I think we have it now.
There
Can
you go.
guys hear us now?
Yes.
Okay, great.
All right. Robbie, who is all with you?
I'm Robbie Johnson, and this is Jill Willock here. She's the client owner of the property.
Okay. And then have you both been sworn in?
We have not.
Okay.
All right, if you'll raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do. I do.
Thank you. All right.
Okay, we will start with, this is the 814 East Boulevard project. You guys are probably familiar with the fact that well over a year ago now, the project caught on fire, burned up beyond repair. So we've had some preliminary discussions with you guys in the sketch reviews going through this, and now we have our, we think we've hit all your comments, and I want to present to you the current design that we have worked through. So can you pull up the drawings on the screen?
Hey, Robbie and Jill, if you
Yes.
would please, before you start to present, state your name and address for the court reporter. Thank you.
Okay. I am Robbie Johnson. Home address is 1605 Sterling Road, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28209.
I'm Jill Smith-Wheelock, 3427 Seward Place, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28211.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And Robbie, just let me know where you want to go. I'm on the written description page.
Okay, so our plans are to demolish the existing burned up structure and to replace it with an existing, a new structure that Jill will use as an extension of her existing facility. Her existing facility is 820 East Boulevard, which we just finished up with you guys last year. Construction is finished, and she is in there using that project as an animal hospital. So we are looking at doing the new facility beside it in the place of the old facility. We are looking to connect the two together. And from our discussions with you guys in the past, the plan is to try to use as many elements from the existing structure that we have into the new structure, which we feel like we have in the elevations, all the elevations of the building, using all the existing materials, window styles, column styles, railing styles, roof styles, everything that was on the existing structure, we have done that. We are showing pretty much a glass type connector, and you guys wanted us to look at if this piece of property, which is now one piece of property, used to be two, but is now one piece of property. If for some reason in the future, this would ever go back to two pieces of property, the existing or the connector piece that we would put in here would be removed, and the new facility that we are designing would stand on its own as its own individual building, which we've designed it to do that. We feel like that the connection between the two, and we've kept the trees in the front. We're not changing any landscaping. And if you go to some of the elevations of the project, you will see that that right there is the proposed elevation, and you can see the existing elevation to the left of it. We are doing it as a true two-story structure because of the use of the building. It's not a residential building. It is going to be a commercial building. It's going to be the extension of the animal hospital. So we need the full height, the full space of the building to be able to function with the exam rooms and labs and things like that that need to be in there. If you can go to the next slide. This right here shows the existing 820, the connection between the two, which is our glass, basically our glass element with the same brick base that's on both houses, and then our proposed structure to the right of that, utilizing the same architecture that was on the existing building, all the way down to the same colors that were there. We might modify a little bit, but trying to stay as close to that as possible, as opposed to looking at this as one big structure. We're looking at it as two different pieces, two different structures. Next slide. This gives you an idea of the existing and some of the landscaping. This doesn't really show all of the landscaping that's there, but it's very, there's a lot of trees and shrubs and items that we are leaving in place. So the new proposed structure pretty much is hidden as it is now. It's hidden, and it will stay kind of hidden with the new structure. No trees are coming down. Next slide. These are just showing some cross sections through the connector piece to the new facility. And I think you can flip through these slides and it will give you the view of the side and the rear of the proposed structure. This is the rear. The structure to the left was the existing rear, which had an addition built on it, I think around 2013. And so our proposed new structure will be more in keeping with the existing size of the existing structure that was there before the expansion or the addition was built on in 2013. Next slide. This shows the 820 that was just finished up and the connection of it to the new proposed 814. That is the side of the house.
Driveway side.
Yeah, the driveway side, the entry driveway side. And these are just photographs of the existing structure. Window details, roof details, eave details, brackets, porch, columns, You can flip through these. The next few slides are just stating and showing you the window style, the dormers, the items that we're trying to pick up on the existing structure and put onto the new proposed structure. Streetscape. And that is our proposed first floor and second floor plans. Jill, do you have anything you want to add to?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Kim, I think we do want to note that there is supplemental information submitted by the public. For those of you in the meeting, it is in your packet. It is also online, linked through our agenda.
Thank you. Cindy?
You have better behind it.
Okay.
So much.
Okay.
All right. Anything else? No?
That's it. That's it from our side right now.
Okay, thank you so much. Do we have anyone on the line wishing to speak for or against this application?
We do.
Okay. All right.
Steve, are you there?
I'm here. I don't have any comments on it. I'm just attending. But I needed, if you had a question for me, I would testify to it. But none of the topics that you covered so far on the East Boulevard aesthetic are of concern to us today. We live in the back of the property, so our adjacency back there is what we're concerned about. That's obviously not your purview today.
I'm sorry, Steve, the last part of what you said was lost. Do you mind slowing down and speaking clearly so that the court reporter can hear?
Yes, we live to the rear of these parcels, and we have exposure to the rear of the property. And our letter this week was really just addressing parking and any possible encroachment, commercial encroachment to the residential, because this is where the residential office zoning changes. So we're kind of fragile, and that's all we wanted to say.
Okay. All right. We can't really get that on record because we didn't swear you in. Have you been sworn in?
I have not been sworn in. I don't know that you really need to record it because, like I said, I wasn't here to comment so much, just to observe.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. Do we have anyone else on the line? Okay. All right, commissioners, questions for the applicants? Why don't we start with you, Commissioner Barth?
Cindy, let me start off first. There is a pending stay for demolition on this project. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what is can you just tell me the time frame on that, when it expires? Do you have that offhand? If not, then that's fine.
It was a 365-day stay and at the July 8th, 2020 HDC meeting. So you're looking at about a month out.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. All right. Questions for the applicant.
And it's important to state for the record that that's a separate application from this. Okay.
Sure. Okay. Questions for the applicant. Can you all provide the depth of the porch in both locations? I realize the front of the building there on the porch undulates. Can you tell me the depth of the porch at the front door and on the right-hand section?
The porch on the 820 structure is going to be approximately about 12 feet. And
I'm just going to remind everyone to speak loudly and clearly so that we can hear and so that it can be recorded. Thank you.
And the porch on the proposed structure at 814 is approximately 7 feet.
7 feet, and then that front portion on the right.
That's approximately about just under 3 feet.
3 feet. Okay. All right. Let's see what else. And so you know, obviously you all are looking at this as sort of an appendage to the 820 property. Do you have a elevation of the right side of that building for 820?
An elevation
Of 820.
820.
Well, many, but in this packet, I'm not sure we do.
Yeah, in this packet, I don't, but we did a complete design of that building, so we can provide that.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that'll that come up. We may request that in closing, just to give you a little heads up. Let's see what else pending. So the roof condition of your connector piece linking the two structures, it's fairly apparent that that roof structure is flat and sloping towards the rear. What is the composition of that wall section going through the connector at the front? Is it like a straight wall with a parapet? Does it have some sort of eave condition?
Yes, it's going to be a parapet.
Okay, with some articulation on the top.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's see here. I think that's all the questions I had for now.
Okay. Any other questions, commissioners? Yeah, Commissioner Walker?
Yeah, I do. The new proposed structure is that just right on the property line?
No, because there's no property line between the buildings anymore.
This is the two buildings are on the same site. Property is not two different pieces anymore.
Oh, okay, because you had mentioned something about being able to remove the connector piece, and I assumed you meant in order to somehow have two separate.
No, that was a comment made in one of our earlier reviews with you guys in terms of what if in say 20 years Jill decides to retire and you want to take this back to two separate structures. The connector piece would be removed and you would have two separate individual structures.
Right, so that was why I asked about whether that structure was built right on the property line, because it does look like it is from the site plan page.
So the site plan shows a dash line through there, which is the old property line.
Okay, then what permeability calculations, Cindy, how is that, what is the requirement for that in this context?
Because this isn't single-family residential, we don't particularly have one. The guidelines don't address that. They only address 50% in the rear yard for single-family. We lean on zoning, the underlining zoning, to dictate whatever requirements they have, which would be for the overall parcel usually.
Okay, so that's not our purview. And then on the left elevation drawing, can you just explain to me what's going on with that bottom diagram?
This is a section through the connector piece between the 820 and 814. It's just the 10-foot wide connector piece, and I'm just showing a section through there. Does that answer your question?
So is there like an open air walk around on that?
Yes, so the plan is that it's just going to connect, and those doors will go into the new building at those locations, but there'll be basically an open hallway to connect so we can get from one side of the building to the other in different locations.
Okay, and then by any chance, do you have the front without the tree that's right in the middle of everything? So you really, I can't really see what it looks like.
Yeah, right there.
Okay, so you have it done that way, but not. Thank you.
I remember this coming before us at a workshop, and maybe it was 2 parcels then, but one of the things we talked about was the rhythm of the streetscape and the connector kind of throwing off that rhythm. And I think there were even some suggestions of pushing the connector back. Can you will you speak to different versions of this that speaks to some of the comments we gave to you during the workshop?
Well, the way we have it currently drawn, we have pushed the connector, the glass connector piece, we have pushed it back as far as we can push it. There are 2 points in the existing building, 820, that we can traverse over to the 814 building. That's going through existing, we don't want to do anything to destroy the architecture of 820, so we're going to go through existing openings on that side of the building. So we have set this at the beginning of the first opening and at the rear of the last opening that we can traverse over to the new facility.
How far back?
That's what.
I apologize.
How far?
How far back is that, Robbie? Yeah, I don't see it in our application here.
Okay, so from the front of the porch, that's going to be, it's going to be somewhere around 19 feet.
Somewhere around 19 feet from the front of the porch. What about from the street? The setback, how far is that?
I don't have that information right now.
And how far is the setback from the new construction? Because it looks like the thermal wall for that building starts where the porch starts for 820. What's the difference in the setbacks for those buildings?
I think we're basing that, that the existing 814 building was actually enclosed. So that's actually set back from where the interior wall was on the old building. So the 814 building that burned actually was enclosed all the way to that front step.
Right, but what is the setback?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't have a site showing me the setback right now.
What is the height? What is the height of the new building? I don't see it, and please forgive me if I'm overlooking it.
it's shown, it's 26 feet 7 3/4, 26 feet 7 3/4 of an inch.
And how wide?
(28 feet 8 inches).
How does that compare, excuse me, how does that compare to 820 that it's now going to be connected to?
820 is, I don't have that dimension on here, but 820 is a wider, a wider building.
The height is roughly the same though, isn't it?
820 is going to be a little taller.
For the sake of time, I just want to stop and say, it's really difficult to make a ruling or even deliberate on a project where we're lacking so much information. Needing setback information, needing the height and setback of the connector, how it compares on the streetscape. I mean, that's just to start. And
But
so,
we're not violating any setbacks. We're following the exact setbacks that are currently there.
sure, but I guess my point is the thermal wall of the new building, it is just very difficult. I've said that last thing that I was about to say before, so I don't want to waste time repeating myself. But we just don't have all the information that we're used to having with new construction. So it's really difficult to kind of talk about it in a definite or in a specific way, because we're saying it's about this amount or it's about that amount, and we need numbers. We need to know how it looks along East Boulevard compared to the rest of the street, because I do remember specifically saying that the connector, and I understand it's important to have for what you're trying to accomplish there, but the connector kind of throws off the rhythm for the street. So that's something that we need to see. There are a number of things that we need to see that we just don't have in this application. And so I'm just going to stop there and see if any other commissioners have questions, okay? Questions?
Okay.
All right. Anyone else? Commissioner Lineberger, Commissioner Bonaparte, anything? Let me ask you all this, commissioners. Do you think we have enough information? No. Commissioner Walk, do you think we have enough information? Commissioner Henningsen?
We do not. I do want to say one thing. Even if we did have all of those measurements and all that other detailed information, there's still some fundamental problems with the building, right? So if I just,
I completely agree, but we can't define what that is without that data, I think. And I mean, there's some things that we could talk about rhythm. We could talk about height. We could talk about massing. We could talk about that stuff, but it's really helpful, I think, for the applicant, for people who are tuning in, and for us to be able to provide numbers and data to that narrative. And so it's difficult at this point. Commissioner Barth, always value an important voice. Do you think we have enough information?
I don't think we have enough information, but also echoing what PJ mentioned, I think there's some fundamental things here that we need to ask that the applicant address and return with. For, like you were mentioning, for example, the rhythm. I have a very big issue with the proximity of the new construction versus the existing, and how that relates to the historic property line, because I think that condition needs to be maintained. So, I guess we can address this in deliberation, but I feel here that we need to give the applicant some stern direction on what we'd like to see next. And we'd also like some of those core issues addressed before we could even start looking at the details and that sort of thing.
Commissioner Bonaparte?
No, I'm with you. I respond to numbers. It helps ground me. And so it would be helpful to have that benchmark or that basic information.
Commissioner Lineberger?
I totally agree with Commissioner Barr's comments on our just having this. I think there are bigger issues before we get into all of the detail and lacking numbers, regardless of us having all of the details. I definitely am struggling with the rhythm and keeping that line and taking two properties and combining them into one and creating this connector in one structure. I feel like others are struggling with that same issue. I'm just not sure. But I agree, we need to give them, the applicant, very specific direction on that, if we are struggling with some large basic issues here.
Okay, then let's, Robbie, Jill, do you have anything that you want to say before we close for deliberation?
Maybe, yeah. I would appreciate some specific direction. I really want to make 820 more accessible in the rear. And that's one of, you know, the back of the original 814 burnt, and there was no fire access without a lot of going crazy. And I think that's one of the reasons they lost the building. And there's no access down that alleyway. And so one of my motivators of scooting the building over as far as it can go is to allow us to have fire truck access back in that area. So that's very important to me. There's no access through the Port Cochere, and I don't allow traffic through the Port Cochere of 820 because it's so narrow, it will be damaged if we allow people to drive through it. So, so that's my motivation. It's not an attempt to make an enormous building. And we do want it to be a beautiful building, but yes, some specific direction. And honestly, if you're just going to say no, if you would just tell me no, that would be helpful, and I will stop doing this.
Okay. I just want to point out that when we're looking at new construction, we do a top-down approach. And our first things are setback. We don't have that information. Spacing, we don't have that information. We talk about orientation, height and width, scale. I mean, those are the big things, people, that we start off with. So why don't we close and we can discuss this further.
But let me.
Okay, excuse me, Robbie, you wanted to say something? I apologize. Let's reopen.
In terms of height and width, all that information is here on the drawing. So what height and width dimensions are you looking for? And when you speak of setback, are you talking about the front setback of the building from the property line? Is that the dimension you're looking for?
Yeah, we look at it from, I mean, it's the setback. We look at the rhythm along the street. We look at the historic homes. How far back are they? How does that relate to your new construction? It's right in our book. And so instead of reading to you what's in the book, I'll just turn your attention to section 6.1 and we can start there, okay? But for now, what we'll do is close and just discuss, and hopefully we can provide some direction, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you, sir. So we'll close now for deliberation. Why don't we start with you, Commissioner Barth?
Yeah, I mean, my main issues with this project, you know, as it's designed currently, to me, this reads as an addition to 820 East Boulevard. You know, I think there needs to be more of a separation between the two buildings for it to read as two buildings that are connected. You know, I think there has to be a nod to the historic property line and the existing thermal wall of 814? Yeah, 814. In order for these buildings to be separated in the future, for that rhythm to be maintained. You know, I think parking along the right-hand side of 814 and ingress into the property needs to be looked at, as well as that elevation, since it's going to be highly visible, as well as the stuff that you mentioned, Kim, about you know, seeing the rhythm across the streetscape with relation to the proposed project. It's massing in site plan form with relation to the context. You know, I think certain architectural features can be addressed potentially later, such as the depth of the front porch on the new building. To me, is just way too flat, and there's certain architectural elements like that that I may mention to the applicant, but, I think we really do need to address some of the core issues before diving into that stuff on this one.
Sure. Okay, Commissioner Bonaparte.
I actually agree with Commissioner Barth when he mentioned this does look like an addition to the existing or to the new construction that is at 820, I believe. And so with that in mind, I know from our design guidelines perspective, additions usually happen in the back. And so that's kind of where my mind went. But yeah, it just doesn't seem to follow the rhythm of what I know of the street to be in driving that area a good bit. So those are my initial thoughts.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonaparte. Commissioner Lineberger.
I sat in on those workshops. I think you came twice to those, but I think that what I really, well, I see a lot of concerns that we expressed addressed as far, especially that front parking. I think that my struggle is that connector is really critical to, well, let me back up. I think that when we talk about rhythm in the streetscape, what I really hope to see in this application was truly that these two would read as separate structures and independent homes, former homes, which is exactly what they were. And I feel that the part of that is this, I just want to pick it up and move it and get rid of that parking on the side and pick it up and move it, keep the rhythm of what was there before. It was such a beautiful structure and such a loss when that fire happened. And I really, really appreciate the design and the integrity of that, keeping with what was there and a nod to what was there. But I feel like they are too close, and for them to go back to what they were and remove whatever the connector might be, I think that it needs to be able to go back to being two separate structures, if that needed to be two separate structures at some point, and then go back to that original property line. That's just that's what I keep wanting to happen with it. So I hope that's feedback that's beneficial. I don't know if everyone else feels the same way, but.
I thank you, Commissioner Lineberger. I do. And it was something, there were 2 sessions, and we said that at both sessions, and they were very clear about the fact that they needed this to happen in order to make the property function the way they need it to function. And so I don't know if separating the two is going to happen, because we've said it several times and they were pretty emphatic about keeping it. Commissioner Henningsen.
I just want to add on that, I mean, the staff comments are a great starting point. I've got issues with the width. I've got issues with how deep it goes, how it looks like, I want to say like it's very boxy. The roof form doesn't really, especially with the depth, doesn't really relate at a high level.
Mm-hmm. Commissioner Walker.
I think everything has pretty much been said. I would wish that the applicant would take that one piece of property and treat it as a house that they're going to design, a house that deserves that piece of property, and then in a very minor, almost invisible way, connect them. the challenge is it's such an unusual request, and to try to accommodate that, it requires some real skillful manipulation of what they're doing.
Well, here we are at 7:15, and I think we should decide whether this is a continuation or whether or not they should start from scratch and it's a denial. Why don't we do a round robin quickly and see what you all think? Commissioner Henningsen,
Denial. A lot
Commissioner,
of changes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Barth,
I would lean more towards continuous. I think this project is possible. I don't necessarily know that it can be done with a two-story connector. Some of the things that Jill and others have been saying about them reading as two separate houses, but if there's some architectural maneuvers done where you can connect them, I'm not we can't design it for them, but I can see how that would be possible. Just haven't seen it yet. So I think there's a lot of work here, but it can be adjusted slightly.
so a continuation is what you're thinking, Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
I'm on the fence, honestly. I can see a continuation. I can see a denial. I don't know. I know that's not very helpful, but
Commissioner Bonaparte?
I'm leaning towards a denial.
And I am on the side of denial, primarily because we workshopped this twice. And we have 4 cases that we didn't even get to today that will roll over. And we have talked at length about continuing cases that at least answer some of the things that we've discussed. And that is not the case with this. And they've made this one property so that they can use it in the way that they need. And to Jill's point, if this can't be done, we should let them know. I think that's more helpful than pretending that it can be done. So right now we have what seems like 3 firm denials, 1 quasi denial, 2 quasi denials, and 1 continuance. So who wants to make a motion? You guys, I love you, but I'm not trying to spend the night here. Who wants to make a motion?
I'd love to make one, but I believe I was in the other camp, so I don't think that it would go through.
Well, you know what, Chris Barth, I think that we're all generous people and we want to see this work. We want to work with the applicants. So if you can form a motion and if you can float a motion that at least gives some direction, as you pointed out.
I'll start. Chris, if you're good, I'll just.
Absolutely. Have at it.
All right, I'd like to make a motion to deny this application for the following reasons. All based on guidelines 6.1 for new construction. 1, the setback. There's not enough detail on the setback of the new building. Spacing. There's no information on the spacing and the rhythm across the street. The orientation is incongruous with the other houses on the street. The massing, the building's narrow vertical orientation and deep deep footprint are incongruous with corresponding houses on East Boulevard. But the width is too narrow when compared to other houses in the immediate context. From a scale perspective, the heavy connector between the 2 buildings create a large scale of a building that does not read as two separate buildings with a light and area connector. Again, the directional expression is too vertical. The roof form doesn't work. A hip roof on a deep rectangular structure does not work. And I'm not going to comment on cornices and trim, doors and windows, porches, materials. From a, I already mentioned rhythm. I'm not going to comment on landscaping.
Thank you, PJ. Second motion made by PJ, seconded by Jill. Any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Walker. Commissioner Henningsen.
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte.
Yes.
Commissioner Barth.
No.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to deny passes 5-1. All right. Do we have any other business we need to address, Cindy? I don't know if we have someone who looked at the minutes. Okay, so we have both of you here. Nichelle and Krista, were you able to review the minutes?
Yes.
Okay. Well, were there any changes that we needed to make?
I did not see any. How about you, Nichelle?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Do you want to make a motion to pass the minutes as is?
Yes, I'll do that.
Okay. Wait, I have two sets here.
Yeah, I was going to ask about this. We reviewed them for the April minutes for the May meeting.
I'm sorry. Will you say that again?
We
Kristen?
reviewed the minutes last month for the May meeting. We reviewed the April for the May meeting, and then we did not get to that
Okay.
in the May meeting. So I did not, and I apologize. I'm not sure I saw any May meeting minutes.
All I have
You're
in
looking
front
at-
of me.
Sorry, Krista, what you're looking at is just the April 14th and then the April 14th continuance that was on April 29th. We haven't sent out the new May meeting minutes, so we're
Good.
at the two April versions.
Good. That's what we reviewed.
Okay, perfect. So why don't we take them minute by minute? April 14th first. You want to go ahead and make a motion?
So you want a separate motion for each?
Should we do that, Cindy? Yeah.
Okay, I make a motion to accept the April 14th meeting minutes of the Historic District Commission.
Okay. Seconded by Commissioner Bonaparte. Any discussion of the motion? Okay, Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion passes 6-0. All right, now we will make a motion on April 14th minutes that were,
April
I'm going to
29th.
continue, help me.
April 29th.
April
Yes,
29th, basically. It was a continuation. of
The
April.
continuation of our April 14th meeting. All right,
I move to approve or accept the April 29th HGC meeting minutes as written.
okay. Second?
Second.
Okay, a motion made by Commissioner Bonaparte, seconded by Commissioner Lineberger. Any discussion of the motion? All right, Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion passes 6-0. Thank you. All right, any other business to discuss before we leave? Cindy? Okay. So we have reached the end of the agenda. And the time right now is 7:25. Thanks for hanging out, peeps. Thanks for being so hardcore. And we'll see you hopefully on June 30th. Don't forget to RSVP for that. We're thinking about 2 hours per case. It's solely multifamily, and there are 2 cases to be heard. So please, if you can make it, please do. Okay? All right. Have a good
Hey,
evening.
Kim.
Thanks.
Hey, Kim.
Yes. Yes.
Can I just give one final toast to Damon Rumsch? I can't believe he had to leave early.
Yes, please do.
I didn't prepare anything. This is very spontaneous, but I feel terrible that he had to leave early, and it feels like we should have some big celebration for him, but
Yeah, I agree.
I'm just amazed at his dedication and his years upon years of service to this
Yeah.
commission, and he's been such an asset.
18.
18. Oh my
years.
gosh, 18. Amazing.
Maybe we could talk to Krista about that, about doing something for him, maybe at a retreat. We've done that before.
I think that would be awesome.
Okay, good idea, folks. Thank you for saying
All
that,
right.
Krista.
Staff usually does do parting gifts.
Yeah. Yeah, but we want to smile at him.
Right. We need
Yeah.
it to be bigger.
Yes, exactly. All right. Thank you all so much.